All right, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. All right, trying this one more time. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Okay, folks, welcome back to another stream. Today, as you can see, it's going to be Demon's Souls. For any of you guys in the loop, I did not expect to do this game so soon. I actually was expecting to never stream this game because I got extremely frustrated with it several weeks back. For anyone that needs a clear idea of what I am talking about, this is my first copy of Demon's Souls. I have framed it just as a reminder. I'm gonna hang it up on my wall, actually, probably later tonight. I got really frustrated, and this is what happened. I actually went and bought another copy of the game, however, and this is what we're playing right now. So I've got a legit copy. We're playing on real PS3 hardware, for anyone that's curious. Funny enough, on Twitch, I did get the question frequently, actually, are you playing on emulation? And no, we're not. We're playing on an actual original PS3. Actually using component cables through my FrameMeister because my HDMI port is messed up. So if you wonder about the soft image, that's why it looks the way it does. But yeah, Demon's Souls actually really isn't that hard of a game compared to some of the other Souls games, but it's got some design choices that have not aged very well at all. They have not held up well at all. The biggest one being a kind of a lack of frequent checkpoints. So it does. There's a common misconception that Demon's Souls has no checkpoints. That's false. It does have checkpoints. It has these things called archstones, which are a lot like bonfires in the Dark Souls games. Now, the bonfires were refined, so they're a lot more useful. They can do more stuff for you. But Demon's Souls basically has a bonfire equivalent. So the thing is, you only get a couple of them per level that you go to. So there are very, very long stretches. You could be playing a half an hour before hitting a checkpoint. And so if you die, you've got to go all the way back to your last checkpoint. It's very, very unforgiving in that regard. But once you get past that, you play relatively slow and safe, and you learn how to really play the game. It's actually probably one of the easier Souls games. I didn't think that at first, but I didn't think that at first because of some nasty design choices, like, you know, a sparse amount of checkpoints. There are some other things as well that are tough to deal with, like your lock-on system in this game can be a little wonky. Also, the frame rate can dip quite a bit, and the collision detection doesn't feel as refined as it does in the other Souls games. So for any of you guys wondering, this is the first game in what is now known as From Software's Soulsborne series. So it started off with Demon Souls in 2009 on PS3, and then it was actually a PS3 exclusive. I think Sony might have helped fund it, and they published it in Japan. And then From Software created Dark Souls, released in 2011, published through Bandai Namco, and that was a multi-platform game. Then that went to Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and then From Software also did sort of a side game called Bloodborne, which actually came out before Dark Souls 3. So it went Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, then Dark Souls 3, and then somewhere in between, I think 2014 was Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. And so all the games have very similar elements, you know, especially Demon Souls compared to Dark Souls. I mean, Demon Souls, you know, might as well be considered the first Dark Souls game. It really is a Dark Souls game. It's just, you know, it was the first one. And it's not directly related to the Dark Souls games because, again, this was created, you know, before From Software went out and got in bed with Bandai Namco for Dark Souls. But this is basically kind of like the template for Dark Souls. This is where it really started. Now, what's interesting about this and the Souls games in general is that there are a lot of elements here as well. A lot of things, a lot of references to older From Software games as well. So if you've played, you know, the Kingsfield games, or like, I think there are even some references to like Shadow Tower and Eternal Ring in terms of like item naming and things like that, and how certain things work. You know, how like getting poisoned works and stuff like that. Some elements in this game come from some of those older FromSoft games, going all the way back to the 90s. So, you know, even if you don't enjoy Demon Souls, there is actually a lot of interesting stuff here if you are a fan of some other From Software games. So all right, what I'm going to do here is hope to get through this game in one sitting. I'm not going to be playing out the story sequences and stuff like that. So if you're new to my channel, you're stumbling upon this from a YouTube search, be aware that we're not going to be going through a lot of the story stuff and whatnot, because I need to try to get this done in under 12 hours, otherwise YouTube won't archive the stream. And I'm trying not to do a follow-up. I'd rather get this all done in one sitting, so have this be one big long stream of Demon Souls. So I apologize for that. There are lots of other playthroughs on the internet out there. This is mainly for my subscriber base and anyone that stumbles in here new to the channel that just wants to see some straight gameplay and hopefully chill conversation along the way. Of course, I'll be explaining mechanics and what items do and things like that. And so, you know, there will be some tutorial aspects here, but we're not going to be really focusing hard on the story. I'm not going to be sitting here, you know, basically voice acting any of the story or anything like that. It's not really what I do here on my channel. But yeah, just a heads up for anyone that's wondering about that. Oh, all right. Sorry for the pause there. I had to blow my nose. So, this is the screen that you get if you decide to continue a game, but we're not going to continue a game. You can see how some of my playthroughs are, you know, 15 hours each. This one right here, my most recent one, was 11.5 hours. And this, I think, is only 11.5 hours because, like, I decided to go and try to grind out and stuff like that at certain parts. So I actually probably burned several hours just trying to grind for stuff randomly. So I don't intend on doing that on this playthrough. And I have a sort of, I have a specific route through the game in mind. I'm going to be saving some of the bosses that we encounter for later on in the playthrough when we're much stronger. So, I mean, it might even be possible for me to get this in like 9 hours if I don't die very often. The problem is, if you die in this game, like I said, you've got to retread so much ground that you've already covered. And I don't recommend just like running through or past enemies in this. In most cases, because the runbacks to bosses are very nasty in this game. Usually there's very thin, you know, walkways and whatnot, so there's not a lot of room to just run past enemies and survive. So it's very risky. So even on our runbacks, you're going to see me continuing to attack enemies and whatnot. So, so yeah, let's go through the chat here real quick. Hey, Olivia, long time no see. Timo, we got Dasan, we got Solid Nate and DJ Rudin. What's going on, guys? And Trevo Student actually has played this. I remember him telling me about this many months ago. He actually fired this up in PS3 emulation, I think. Is that what you did, Trevo Student? Yeah, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, again, we are using real hardware here. A lot of people that play this game now will use emulation. And if you got a powerful enough PC... I need to turn this down a little bit. If you got a powerful enough PC, what you can do is actually raise the resolution of the game. You can run it in 1080p or higher and boost the frame rate to 60 FPS. So that's really cool. But again, we're using real hardware here. And let's go ahead and just name it YouTube as we always do. And go ahead and hit start here. So if you've already played through the game, and what I'm going to do is actually not do the soldier. What I'm going to do is actually do the knight. So you've got different character classes and whatnot that, you know, they basically start off geared towards specific build types. What I'm going to do is just my usual melee type. But I did actually play as the soldier on my last playthrough, but on this playthrough I'm going to start with the... Actually, I don't know. I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm going to start with the knight. I like the knight's armor more than, and his default shield much more than the soldier. Also, the knight starts with a simple longsword, which requires hard stone shards to upgrade. You get those more frequently in the beginning. The soldier will start with the broadsword, which requires sharp stone to upgrade. So my upgrade path in the beginning of the game is a little bit faster with the knight. So I'm going to start with that. And you can edit your appearance and stuff like that. I don't really care about that. I'm going to be armored for pretty much all the playthroughs, so it doesn't really matter. I wish I didn't quit this when it first came out. You love Soulsborne. Yeah, I mean, well, you can always go back to it. It's the thing about Demon Souls is that it is a little difficult to appreciate. It's more of an acquired taste than the other Souls games are because of a lot of elements that haven't held up well. Something I wanted to explain here is it says, would you like to play the Journey to the Nexus? I always choose yes. This option pops up after you've beaten the game. I don't think they give you the choice when you first play the game. But the reason you want to do this is that if you can beat the boss at the very end of this, if you beat the boss at the very end of this, you get quite a few nice little item drops and whatnot. And so I really want to go through this and then beat the boss at the end, hopefully not die, and get some good items. You can actually get some hardstone shards right after beating the boss, which will let me come out of this area and then upgrade my sword right away. So you can level up in this game, and let me know if the volume's too loud when I'm attacking enemies. Just let me know if you guys can still hear me fine. So you can level up in this game, and leveling up is important, don't get me wrong, but the more important thing is actually upgrading your equipment. So we're going to actually end up outside that area there. This is all going to loop around. So yeah, so getting my weapons upgraded as quickly as possible is by far the most important thing. Leveling up is very important too. You definitely don't want to sacrifice souls. You want to definitely use your souls intelligently if you can. But upgrading your weapons in particular as quickly as possible is very, very important to stay strong throughout your playthrough. So that's going to be my goal. Hopefully we can... I'm going to stick with just this basic longsword for pretty much the whole playthrough. And hopefully we can get it up to at least plus 7 or 8. It can go up to plus 10, plus 0, or plus 1 basically being the default. So as you kill enemies, they drop these things called souls, if you've never played a Souls game before. And so these guys aren't giving me very much, giving me very many souls at all right now, and I don't really think there's a whole lot to find out here. And this is basically your training area of the game, and you kind of learn how to do things here. But this is our first archstone. We're gonna go ahead and touch it. It's gonna warp us to the next area. Yeah, Timo. Yeah, PS3 emulation definitely is a thing, and Trevo Student did play it by emulation. That's what I thought. All right. So you can actually get behind enemies and backstab them. Doing backstabs are very, very powerful. Also, enemies can drop items. So whenever you kill an enemy in this game, you kind of want to just wait until they fully drop to the floor and all your souls get absorbed. And after that happens, a lot of times they'll actually drop an item. Attacking in this game is quite awkward if you're not used to this series. It requires you to use the shoulder keys to attack and block. So R1 is a heavy attack, R1 is a light attack, R2 is a heavy attack. L1 lets you block, and then L2 lets you parry if you have a shield. And what I did there is I just parried that guy. And parrying is very, very good in this game, but it's a little tricky to actually get the hang of. But I'm going to be trying to parry as much as I can in this game to get through it the easiest. So it takes quite a while to get that parry timing down, but I've gotten pretty decent at it over the years since I've been playing Dark Souls 1 and all the other Souls games, finishing up with Demon Souls. Demon Souls was actually the last Souls game I played. Dark Souls 1 was the first, Dark Souls 3 was the second, Dark Souls 2 was the third, and then Bloodborne was my fourth, with Demon Souls being fifth. Actually, I think Demon Souls was fourth, but I didn't finish it. Bloodborne was the fourth one I actually finished. So I think I actually played Demon Souls right before Bloodborne. Come to think of it. It was sometime last year. Decide, yeah, you'd really have to look into the PS3 library. There is some really fun stuff on it. Like, one I've been playing recently is Ridge Racer 7. Shout out to Tony Hayden that sent me a copy of the game. And I've got a bunch of other stuff. I've got, like, the God of War HD collection on it. I've got the Shadow of Colossus and Eco collection. Stuff like that. I also picked up a Japanese copy of Ketsui. Because it does have Ketsui on it. Which is a lot cheaper than the PS4 version. So yeah, I mean, there's some stuff. You've got to dig into it. There's a lot of cross-platform stuff, though, for sure. So we can also heal by pressing square using the crescent moon grass seen at the bottom left part of the screen. But I don't need to heal yet. You can dodge roll in this by pressing circle. And I'm going to go ahead and press Y to go into two-handed mode. Two-handed mode is much more powerful than one-handed mode. But it uses up more stamina. So there's a green bar in the top left, which is my stamina bar. So when he flies up like that, you want to get away from him. Ooh, I took a hit. This is actually bad. I need to get away from him. I need to get away. Get away. Get away. Alright, let's try to get behind him again. He's not really a tough boss, but if you actually aren't playing safe and smart, it's actually very easy to get whacked by him. And as you can see, he actually does a lot of damage. But again, if you can defeat him, the rewards are definitely worth it. So dodge rolling is very important in this game because you have invincibility frames when you start the roll. Very, very important. So later on in the playthrough, we're going to basically be dodging through attacks, even though it looks like they hit us. Always watch for when he's flying up. Now Now, you notice that I'm fat rolling right now. You can either fast roll or fat roll. And that's based on your equipment. He's gonna do another hit, just like that. Just run past him. Yeah, we got him. Good. Good start. Good start. Very good start. Olivia says Bloodborne is her favorite. Yeah, Bloodborne is a really damn good game. I'm not at the point yet where I'd say it's my favorite because I haven't beaten it enough times. I think I've only beaten it like twice. No, 3 times now. Dark Souls 1 is still up there as my top favorite, but I've also finished the game like 15 plus times now, maybe more. So, I played Dark Souls 1 a lot over the last couple of years. But yeah, Bloodborne's probably the best made game. Like, I totally understand why people say it's their favorite. It might become my favorite eventually. The more I play it. All right, so we're basically gonna die here. It's just what happens. But again, it's worth defeating that demon because you get his soul for one, but you also get these good items to start. Full moon grass is a better kind of grass. It's much more potent than the crescent moon grass that we have. So it's good to get those to start off. There's some more full moon grass, which will definitely come in handy. And then we've got a bunch of other items here. More full moon grass, very good. Shard of Hardstone, that's going to allow us to upgrade our sword immediately the second we get out of here. Shard of Sharpstone, in case I was starting with, you know, that broadsword I was talking about. And we get some souls we can use as well, which will allow us to level up later. So this is the Dragon God. We eventually come back down here later in the playthrough to actually defeat him. He's one of the puzzle bosses in the game. Alright, so since we died, we're going to be thrown into the Nexus. And this is your hub in the game. So you always come back to the Nexus to level up. There's also a guy here that can stash stuff for you so you can get your item burden down. You've got guys here that will, you know, eventually teach you magic or pyromancy and all sorts of stuff. So again, like I said, we're going to skip through a lot of this stuff. You have died and the Nexus has trapped your soul. You cannot escape. However, by capturing demon souls, you can reclaim your human body or physical body or whatever. So because we died at that dragon guide, you'll notice that my health bar is actually split in half now. And so that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So what I'm going to do is try to use this Shard of Hardstone and see if we can upgrade our sword, see how much it costs. So this is one of your blacksmiths in the game. You can go to upgrade weapon. And yeah, we need 3 shards of Hardstone. So this is really good. We actually got our sword at +2. Yeah, our sword's at +2 already. And I need 4 more shards of Hardstone to upgrade it further. We also have a mail breaker. I'm not really going to use that in the playthrough. And I can't really repair equipment right now. This is the guy where you can store stuff. So you do have a thing called item burden in this game. And basically what that does is if you are too overburdened, your character will not be able to pick anything else up, unfortunately. And so you need to make sure that you're you know, watching out on your item burden. And I'm going to see what happens here. Yeah, still fat rolling. So you've got a stats screen right here, which tells you what, you know, you know, what your item burden is, what your equipment burden is. I think for equipment burden, you need to be around 50% or lower. I think it's 50% or lower to fast roll. And so you can see the equipment burden in the middle says 28.5 out of 40. That's more than half. And so we're going to fat roll. And I'll demonstrate what fast rolling is like. There we go. This is fast rolling. So I roll so much faster. I also run faster, which makes dodging enemies easier. I mean, I could actually technically just like run around shirtless, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just going to deal with fat rolling. And I don't have any rings. These are my different types of grasses. You've got 2 left-hand slots, 2 right-hand slots. So I'm going to eventually get myself a bow. We're going to start using arrows and stuff like that. Let's go ahead and drop off this mail breaker because I don't need it. So let's see, going over here. And that's pretty much it so far. So there is a maiden that you talk to. She will allow you to level up and things like that, but she doesn't appear until you beat your first boss. So what we want to do is go to Boletarian Palace to start, loop all the way around, fight the first boss, and go back out. We can start leveling up. You bought Dark Souls 2 on all consoles and PC, never played it. Hey, Michael. Hey, K-Dogs. Thanks for the shout out, man. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, Michael and K-Dogs. Dark Souls 2, yeah. I actually really like Dark Souls 2. We did a full stream of it. I've actually done 2 streams of it on my channel, but we did the most recent, the stock vanilla version on PC, on stream just a couple weeks ago. That was a pretty fun stream. K-Dogs was here for that, actually. So, hey, Diamond. Diamond knows all about this game. He's not a fan. Alright. So you're going to see me blocking a lot in this playthrough as well. And I'm already killing these guys in one hit with my heavy attack because I've already upgraded my sword. So if you're playing in one-handed mode, pressing the heavy attack will do this long poke, which is actually very handy. And you have to be very observant in these games as well. You know, not just Demon Souls, but Dark Souls as well. Like, these guys were hiding behind these barriers, so you need to play really safe. It's best to take these games relatively slowly. But since I'm familiar with this, I'm probably going to be rushing through sections a little bit faster than I would recommend if you're a new player. And the first part of Boletarian Castle is actually, or Boletarian Palace, is actually pretty good for grinding out for grass. Primarily your Crescent Moon grass, so if you don't want to pay for it, you can just run through this area over and over. Personally, I don't really care that much because I beat the first boss. I got, you know, better types of grass as well from doing that. And I got more souls. You can actually go out and buy souls from buy grass from the blacksmith out in the Nexus. So I don't actually come back and grind out for grass. And that was actually an example of poor lock-on. I was trying to lock onto the guys right in front of me. It locked onto the archer up top. So that's what I was talking about earlier with Demon Souls not holding up as well as some of the other Souls games. You know, you have to be very particular, or not very particular. You've got to be really on point when you play this game if you don't want to get screwed over or bent over by poor camera mechanics and lock-on. As long as I hit these guys first, I should pretty much just kill them in one hit, which is nice. And we're going to go ahead and bust these open. Firebombs. Firebombs are actually really good in the beginning of the game. I don't use firebombs for most of the rest of the playthrough. But they're very good in the early parts of the game, especially on the first boss. You can just wreck the first boss easily with firebombs, and that's exactly what I'm planning on doing. I see Kazuya is out there. Welcome back, Kazuya. Did I ever mess around with magic? I did not, and I don't intend on it in this playthrough. I would like to do it eventually, but the problem is you have to boost your stats a little bit to really start, you know, using magic, along with pyromancy. Like Sage Freak, he wouldn't teach me pyromancy in my last playthrough, I guess because, I don't know if my intelligence or faith or whatever was too far down. And I wasn't about to boost it up, you know, Because I was, you know, pretty far into the game by the time I even had the option to learn it. So this is going to be a pretty straightforward playthrough. Melee attacks primarily with some consumables like fire bombs, along with a bow and arrow, or a bow with arrows. Sometimes you can just run around these guys and backstab them immediately, but I failed the backstab. You'll notice that I play this a little bit like Dark Souls 2 as well, where I'm not relying on lock-on as much. I do use lock-on, don't get me wrong, but there are lots of points in the game where I just use my analog sticks and just move my character around without locking on. And just block and attack. Block and attack. That's going to be the, oh, there's another mail breaker. I don't need it. And block and attack. I could try to parry. Like. And I failed to parry, so I'm not going to bother. Alright, let's come get this. We're going to fall back down too. There's another item down below that's going to open up. We're getting some half moon grass as well, which is quite nice. It's quite more potent than the full moon grass. And that actually opens up this right here to get this item. Bastard sword. Don't really need it. Not going to use it. So, and what I'm going to do is instead of, you know, deposit... Well, I'm fine. I was going to say, instead of depositing these with, what's-his-face in the Nexus, I was just going to drop them on the playfield because I don't need them. There's no way to sell weapons in this game, or items, unfortunately. So, as in the other Souls games, you do want to hold on to everything because you can eventually sell them. You can't do that in this game, unfortunately. So, backstab for you. Spear guys are some of the worst enemies in the game. They're difficult to parry. They might even still do some damage to you when you block. They kind of like cut through you like butter. Demon Souls was a lot stricter than Dark Souls. It was K-Dogs, for sure, man. You know, speaking of fire bombs, I've already got them equipped. I'm going to try them on this guy, actually, because this guy's kind of a pain. And we just throw it right at him. Oh, and that did pretty much nothing. Uh-oh, that's not good at all, actually. Okay, stop screwing around, Austin. Alright, let me try to just run away real quick. And then use my Crescent Moon Grass. And he's probably going to come out here. Yep, there he is. So this is a Red-Eyed Knight. They're not too bad later on in the playthrough, but they're really bad in the early parts of the game. Look at how little damage I just did to him. That was a backstab, too. Backstabs are very good in this game. Very, very powerful. I sort of maybe trying to block his attack and then circle strafing him is a good way to do some damage. And he just used some grass. Oh, come on. I'd actually rather fight him back up here because there's a lot more room to work with. You know what? I might even be able to just skip him because really what I'm going to do is just come back here and get this item. You do not upgrade equipment in this game. Or I should say you do not upgrade armor. You only upgrade weapons and shields. That's it. So Dark Souls 1 you can actually upgrade your actual armor. You can't do that in Demon Souls. There we go. Backstab. Backstab again. Okay, could you stop doing that, please? No healing for you. Stop healing. You're wasting my time. You're wasting my time like crazy. I don't want to try to parry him because he's so powerful right now that if he does his charge attack with his spear, I'm pretty much dead instantly. Guaranteed. But sometimes you can actually use your heavy attack and just do things that way. See, look at... I'm dead. I thought I switched... What a waste of time, man. So, the reason I died there is I thought I had switched over to one-handed mode again so I could block, but my character didn't. It's like my input was eaten. I pressed triangle to switch over, but he didn't switch. You can still block when you're two-handing, but the problem with that is that you take a lot of damage while blocking. So... Hey, movie metalhead. Yeah, dude, I really lucked out with that weapon. I really did. If I didn't get that weapon, I would not have... I don't think I would have finished that playthrough, to be honest. Well, I don't know. I mean, enemies weren't doing that much damage to me late on in the game, surprisingly, so... But we died. It's okay. I'll go back. I'll get my souls. We'll kill that guy to get our revenge. But not a good start, actually. We had a really good run through this first part. Not such a good run afterwards. Hey, Sean the Great Gamer, welcome back. Yeah, it is, yeah, almost had him, Nate. And it was really my fault. I wasn't paying attention. So when you try to switch weapons, or not switch weapons, but like switch, let's call them stances. So you can go two-handed mode, you can go one-handed mode. Two-handed, one-handed. If I switched to my one-handed mode, I would have been fine. But I didn't. I pressed the button, it didn't come out, but it was my fault for thinking that I had switched. Because I did press the button. By the way, you don't want to fall down into that blue area. You will die. And there's going to be a guy right here. Got him. And that guy. And this guy. Let's see if he dropped anything. Nope, nothing. Let's go ahead and use some grass. Yeah, and Solid Nate's been hanging out for a couple years now on my channel. It was around the time he started on YouTube, I think. Like, started making content on YouTube. By the way, shoutouts to Solid Nate. Because without him playing through the game, he actually watched me play this on Twitch before I snapped my disc in half. He went out and bought a copy and then streamed it, and he loved it. So watching him play it got me motivated to try it again and play smart. And then I beat the game. So thank you, Solid Nate, for doing that. Otherwise, we would not be here right now playing it on stream. And I just got firebombed from behind. This is actually really bad. Let's not get... again, like I said earlier, it's hard to just rush through these areas because... Notice that I don't really have a whole lot of room to move around. Now, I can actually run past these guys in this hallway, which is nice, but there are a lot of other hallways that just barely fit you, period. So you've really got to watch out and play smart. Can't rush through, unfortunately. I did not want to fall. If you land on top of an enemy, you can actually do just a teensy tiny bit of damage. There's no plunging attacks in this like you have in Dark Souls. They didn't implement that until Dark Souls 1. Where you basically fall and you bust out your sword in the process and do tons of damage. But yeah, they don't have that in this. But if you land on top of an enemy feet first, you will actually still hit them, which is interesting. And that's what happened with that guy. Yeah, you should do that, K-Dogs, man. Dark Souls Remastered is awesome. Alright, so what I should do is actually just go get my souls and then just run away. But these red-eyed knights in the beginning of the game, they're actually worth a lot of souls. So if you've never played a Souls game, if you die, you leave behind what's called a bloodstain. And that actually retains whatever souls you had. And if I die before collecting my bloodstain, the bloodstain goes away and a new one is created. And only the souls I currently have on hand in the bottom right are the souls I will collect from my bloodstain. So the thing about these Souls games is that there's a risk versus reward involved. Getting back to your bloodstain, recollecting your souls, not losing anything. Souls are basically currency, but they're also basically experience points as well. And there we go. Got our revenge. As Duke Nukem would say, suck it. So yeah, he was worth 2,000 souls. We only had about 400, 500, 600 before that. So okay, what we're going to do is actually come on down to the other side here, this other tower. Working our way back down, we'll open up a shortcut in case we die again. There's going to be a blue-eyed knight here as well, which we already fought one of these blue-eyed knights on our lead up to the Nexus. Let's see if we can parry him. Oops, failed to parry. But I can just walk behind him, backstab. Notice that they're a lot less resilient than the red-eyed knights. I killed him much faster. And one thing you're going to see me doing a lot, especially when my health bar is cut in half, is constantly healing. I want to constantly make sure that my health bar is as high as it can be. Because enemies they can kill you very quickly in this game. That's another 6 fire bombs. That should probably give us about 9 or 10 fire bombs right now, because I did use a couple. Those are explosive barrels. If you, boom, if fire touches them, they blow up. And we just got turpentine, which is actually, or turpentine, which is really good. It imbues our weapon with fire properties. So let's actually go ahead and use that. Let me get rid of my full moon grass, because I don't really need it right now. We're going to save the full moon grass for later on in the playthrough when our health bar gets far more extended. So this is a side room right here. We can actually destroy these, which makes I believe a body fall down, which will give us an item. There are a lot of items to get in this game. Many of them aren't really all that important, but we want to get as many as we can anyway, because I don't have the item locations memorized for the most part. Fire guys in the very beginning of the game are very dangerous too. Just like in the original Dark Souls. That came after this. I'm going to call it the original Dark Souls, but this is kind of like really the original Dark Souls. It's just not called Dark Souls. Hey, Retro Simon. Yeah, definitely useful against the Phalanx, which is going to be our first boss. Coming up here in just a little bit. Cling ring. All right, it's a good ring to get from the very beginning, or at the very beginning of the game. This, when I'm in soul form here, I actually end up losing less health. So now notice that my health bar is 75% instead of 50%. And let's go ahead and just pick these up. We're not going to really use these. And okay, cool. Now, when you pick up consumable items in this game, it automatically equips them to your belt. And you can scroll through your belt at the bottom by pressing down on the D-pad. So there will be a lot of items I pick up over the course of the playthrough that the game just equips for me automatically, which actually really screws with my rhythm and rhyme of scrolling through items on, say, boss fights or other tense situations. I am using the Knight class, yeah. Super Mario Bros. 3 30th anniversary. Such a classic game. Okay, so I don't know if I'm ready to do this, but I'm going to try something right here. And I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Okay, good. This is going to be a problem, though. There's actually a really good item up there that I want to get called the Thief Ring. And I want to make sure that... Okay, this is actually going to be a big problem. Okay, we're fine.
Please, help me. I'm trapped.
So this is Ostrava of Boletaria. He's going to be a recurring character over the course of the playthrough. And what we want to do is kill these guys. Just like so. And then he hops down.
My thanks for your...
And he gives us the brass telescope. We can actually use the telescope to see far off into the distance. But what I was trying to do there is actually fall up top, because there's an item called the Thief Ring, which is very important. We definitely have to have that for later parts of the playthrough. Not because it's like a mandatory item or anything, but because it makes life a hell of a lot easier. And if you rescue Ostrava, he'll actually help you through this area, which is kind of cool. What are you talking, Sean? Have you not looked at anything on my channel? 99% of my content is retro, Sean. 99% of my content is retro. I own approximately 30 game consoles. A good majority of them are retro. I definitely like retro. If I didn't like retro, I would not have a channel right now. I probably would not. My channel started on retro. It will always remain retro. But it's not to say I won't play anything else. Or I won't play modern games. So I do still play modern games. But most of my gaming is retro. And Demon's Souls, I consider relatively retro, actually, despite being a modern game. It relies around very old school game design mechanics. Game design elements. So think Castlevania or Ninja Gaiden, but on a much greater scale. And that's a reason why the Soul series in general has appealed to me so much. There's some Hearthstone. Very good. Because these games are challenging in an old school kind of way. Yes, they're newer games, but they still sort of live and die by design philosophies that have been around for ages. So... It's right. Everything is retro eventually. This is true. And Demon's Souls is... Wouldn't call it retro, but it definitely doesn't look current gen anymore, that's for sure. Especially if you're using component cables, like I am right now. It doesn't look super, super modern. I'd love to try this on a PS3 emulator sometime. To see how good I can make the game look. You gotta watch out for your stamina too. I pretty much ran out, which makes attacking these guys a little difficult. By the way, speaking of Super Mario Bros. 3, I did a Super Mario All-Stars stream on YouTube about a month ago. We played all the games on that package and beat all of them in one stream. Not that it's anything special. I mean, it's Super Mario Brothers. They're games I've beaten hundreds of times over the years. You know, all combined. But still classics nonetheless. Still some of my favorites. Retro Simon says third full playthrough. Yes, this is my third playthrough. Or it could be third and a half, because the first time I played the game, I did not beat it, but I got pretty much towards the end of the game. And then my second playthrough, my second attempt, like a year later, was kind of the same way, except it ended in me snapping my disc in half. And it wasn't until my reobtaining of the game, reobtaining another copy of the game, that I finished my second playthrough. Or first and a half playthrough, whatever you want to call it. I beat the game for the first time, basically. And then immediately after I started a second or another playthrough. Let's just call it the third playthrough. Well, second and a half playthrough. I immediately started that afterwards and ripped through it in about 2 streams. Actually, I think it was 3 streams, because I did one long stream on a Saturday night last week. And then I did 2 short streams after work. That following week. And this is my official... It's going to be my official third full completion of the game. So there's a big dragon up there. He's going to start spitting fire at us. I think I can run down here and be fine. Just like that. We can eventually get arrows and snipe him, and he'll fly away. I don't know if we'll actually kill him. But that's Shard of Archstone. That's actually a really good pickup. That allows us to warp back to the Nexus. Now, you can also get these things called, geez, I forgot what they're called, but they're another form of warping to the Nexus, but you lose your souls in the process. And I don't really want to lose my souls in the process. And I don't think I'm going to be able to get any of those items yet without making that dragon go away. You know, funny enough, you mentioned that, Movie Metalhead, I bought Dead Cells last night. It's currently $17 at Best Buy. So I bought a physical copy of it. It's cheaper than the full price digital version. So, I do have Neo, but I haven't played it yet. So in this part right here, I really want to try to take out these guys one by one if I can. But I need to watch out for the dragon, because he's going to fly by and basically light the bridge on fire. I heard him flying. See, there he is. Hopefully he'll do some damage for me. Come on. Do it. Why did you didn't... I'm disappointed in you, dragon. Speaking of Best Buy, K-Dogs, I was there last night. I was tempted to pick up The Witcher 3 after watching you stream it. It was only 15 bucks on Xbox One. I might go back up and pick it up, actually. Just to have it. I probably won't play it anytime soon, but it looked really good based on what I saw you stream. Light it on fire. Light it on fire. There you go. GG, dragon. GG. Okay, I need to not run there just yet. What I'm gonna do is walk around here, see if the dragon flies back over to the side. Hey, James! Yeah, I never heard of Death's Gambit. Salt and Sanctuary I have heard of, but I haven't gotten it yet. I've heard good things about it. And actually, come to think of it, I could have actually gone up and gotten all those items. See, what's cool about these games is, you know, when you first play them, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of rhythm or rhyme to the sections, but the more you go through them, the more you learn new strategies and things that you can do in these games. It's really cool. So the dragon's going to come back over here now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to let him light the bridge on fire again. Just like so. And I'm going to run down here. This might not work. Oh yeah, perfect. You have to watch out for this dragon here, too. Because he'll actually smack his tail down and you'll die in one hit. I learned that one the hard way the other day. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing Dead Cells very soon because it's the kind of game that you don't have to dedicate a lot of time to. You can fire it up, do one run, finish it, and then put it back on the shelf, you know. That's pretty appealing to me. Whereas Dark Souls, like, you got to commit a lot of time to it if you want to get the most out of it. Because it's... Yeah. I mean, you guys know. A lot of you guys have played these Souls games before. I'm just going to try to run right through here because I don't want to deal with these guys. But the reason I wanted the dragon to take out some of them is if you don't kill some of them, they're going to all chase you down here and you'll have like 10 guys on you at once. And that actually happened on my last playthrough. And once we get past this part, we're going to open up a checkpoint. The dragon's going to actually move to another bridge, and he won't actually come back here. Then we can come back and get all those items if we wanted to. But okay, that's good. We're going to go ahead and hit this. This is going to open up the gate at the very beginning of the castle, which is going to open up the boss fight. Watch out for guys behind you. If you're new to the game, just block. Block, then retaliate. Turpentine again. There we go. Keeping that pace up. Now again, you gotta watch out for that stamina. You don't really want to mash the buttons in this game. One thing that this game does is it sort of buffers your attacks. I'm gonna get behind this guy too. These are little blobs that pop out of the phalanx, which is gonna be our first boss. And they're actually really good, I think, for hardstone shards. Something like that. Hey, Akela, welcome back. Akela is a big fan of Demon Souls. So yeah, again, the reason you don't want to mash the buttons in this game is because the game will actually save those inputs and then execute on them seconds later. Basically what that means is you'll end up doing things like dodges or attacks when you don't actually want to do them. So you need to be very deliberate with your attacks in this game. A lot like a Castlevania or something like that. Castlevania doesn't buffer your attacks like that. Like, it doesn't store them in memory for a few seconds and then, you know, unleash them afterwards when you don't want them to. Let's go ahead and use our Turpentine. And let's go ahead and use our fire bombs too. Oops. That's what I get for not locking on. Alright, let's run around, just like so. One more firebomb. So I do want to try to grind out on these guys too. Kill every single one, because they do drop good items. And let's get behind cover. I'm not going to worry about the items until the boss is over. Actually, my Turpentine's gone, so let's go ahead and use it again. Just like so. Need some grass. Look at how much damage I'm doing to this guy. A lot of bosses are weak to fire. Shard of Heartstone. Shard of Heartstone. So we're going to be able to come out of here and upgrade my sword once again. Like I said, upgrading your weapons is probably the most important thing that you can do in the game. So the Sharpstone, if I was using a different kind of sword. There's Heartstone again. And after a couple of upgrades, we're going to start needing large Heartstone shards. And this is going to warp us back to the Nexus. What I'm going to do is, instead of doing that, I'm going to... Nah, let's... I'm torn. Nah, let's go ahead and just warp back. Alright, so now that we've defeated the first boss, we should be able to talk to the lady to level up now. And we're going to also have to work our way towards the top of the Nexus as well. Total Recall? What do you mean Total Recall, Akela? Is it a common issue? Alright, so what I have to do is upgrade my sword now. And then the next one is going to be... Oh, just a regular Shard of Heartstone. Okay.
You come back.
What I'm going to do is actually warp out here first. Oh, it's sealed. We have to do Boletaria first. Okay.
The monument.
Okay, so we have to go up top, talk to this thing called the Monumental. This is going to be the only time in the game where we talk to it. Now, I don't know if there are other points in the game where you can talk to it again and it gives you more lore or asks you to do something. There are a lot of side quests in this game, just like the other Souls games, but we're not going to be doing many, if any of them. Our goal is to try to go through the game, you know, fairly quickly. We're an hour in, or probably about 45 minutes in as far as actual gameplay is concerned. So, not a bad start. How do you mess something like that up? I guess maybe something, like, something went wrong during manufacturing? I don't know. That's crazy, man. Jeez, I wonder how long it's going to take to get replacements. Okay, so now that we've defeated this first boss, we can pretty much go to any area we want to. And so what I'm going to do is actually warp to the second area, buy a couple of Hardstones. And we're going to also use these Demon Souls while we're at it. And then that's going to allow us to upgrade our sword one more time. So I've got a lot of these souls. It takes a long time to use them. If I wanted to, I could try to equip them one by one. Like there's this one, it has 7. But I just go through the menu, because it doesn't really take any extra time in this game. In Dark Souls 1, every time you use a soul, it actually kicks you out of the menu. Whereas in Demon Souls, you can line it up to where you just use them back to back. Just like that. So we've got 17,000 souls. Yeah, K-Dogs, I do like the Nexus. It is a pretty cool hub. I'd say it's actually probably my my favorite hub in the game, in the series. It just looks neat. You can actually explore a little bit. It's pretty cool. I'm sure their shipping would bankrupt the company. No, it'll be fine. Let's go ahead and repair our equipment. You definitely want to do this frequently. Look at that, 104 souls, 104 souls. Because your weapons and armor will break. You'll still be able to use them, but they'll be significantly less powerful. Stunfang Tunnel is the second place, but I'm coming here just to talk to a guy so I can buy some shards. I mean, I like Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 1 a lot, but it's not really like a hub to me because, you know, it's just kind of like a central area that that you start at, and it just happens to link to a bunch of other places. It's not as much of a hub as like Dark Souls 3 or Dark Souls 2 or Demon Souls. Alright, it's going to cost us 1,500 souls. That's okay. And since I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and try to kill this crystal lizard that appears here. So crystal lizards are guys that give you really good shards. So every time you see them, you want to try your damnedest to get them. Now they disappear if you spend too long trying to attack them. That's Sharpstone. I don't really care about Sharpstone. Again, I'm not going to be upgrading weapons that use it. You get a bunch of other types of stones too, like Sucker Stone and yeah, there's a whole bunch of other types of stones in the game. But Hardstone is what I care about. That's going to be my main go-to. Hey, Office, welcome back. Okay, so now that I've got that, I can upgrade my sword again. Again, keeping that upgrade cycle going. And then, yeah, so now we need more regular shards of Hardstone, which will be fine, but now we need a large Hardstone shard. But we're at +3 already, which is a good start. And if I wanted to, I could actually buy some grass, but I'm not going to right now. Because I've got plenty of other grass, too. Let's go ahead and deposit items that we don't need. So I don't need Soldier's Lotus. I don't need Old Spice. Old Spice is for magic users. I do want to keep my shards of Archstone. So let me deposit 1. And let's get rid of the Brass Telescope. I don't need it. Jade Hair Ornament. I don't think I need that either. What's kind of cool about the... What's cool about your stones in this game is that you can still upgrade your weapons without having the stones in your inventory. So whenever you get stones, make sure you come back here and deposit them. Get them out of your inventory because you don't need them in your inventory to upgrade your weapons. It's like your blacksmith knows that you have them somewhere. So Seeking Soul Power allows you to level up. So what I'm going to do here is kind of boost some of these. Relatively evenly to start. Endurance is a big one for me because it raises equipment burden, which the higher my equipment burden, the more likely I can fast roll later on in the game. Vitality is your health bar, which is actually really important because of it's really important because of you know, when you die, your health bar gets cut in half. So the higher you've got your health boosted, you know, the less of an impact going into you know, dying has on you, I should say. Yeah, Leo, I don't see why the Analog Pocket won't be jailbroken. Yeah, I really don't see why not. I don't think there's really any reason to hope. Spend your hope allotment on other things, Leo, that probably need it more. I mean, it's already been discussed that they're going to have it open enough to where people can port their own cores to it. So, I mean, that's just a, you know, that's a big giveaway right there. Alright, so I'm going to try to kill that guy from behind. Yeah, in the early parts of the game, this is actually a good little room to grind out for stones. Since I've upgraded my sword, I'm killing them in one hit now, which is a really good start. And for some reason, this guy has already gotten himself trapped again. Yeah, ooh, large shard already. Wow. Okay. We're on our way to being able to upgrade our sword once more. Which is a very good start. Well, Leo, with how much you talk about these things, I wouldn't doubt that you do. Leo is always speculating, and it's fun. You know, Leo is a great source of information. We get a lot of news from him because he follows this stuff much more closely than I do. But there is also a lot of hope. There's a lot of hope in Leo. Leo also kind of got me wanting to stream Atari 2600 stuff again, by the way. And we ran some test streams via emulation a couple weeks back, so you guys can expect that sometime in the very near future. Very near future. I know James Campbell will like that. Leo, Akella just wants facts. I don't blame you, man. Jax says would love a remastered version of this. Yeah, a lot of people would like one, for sure. Me too. Fact, Game Gear adapter is bad. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to come back up and get this thief ring so I don't have to do it later. It'll actually help us for pretty much the rest of the playthrough. Because what it does is it makes it so enemies don't get aggravated as far away. So we're going to take this shortcut that we opened up. And not rush too much because these guys are still dangerous for me right now. Also, what can happen is they can come down, attack those barrels, and then the whole place blows up and you die instantly. So you have to be careful about that too. So I am running out of grass as well. Yeah, exactly, Akella. That was part of the point. It's trying to close out the series. This is the last Souls game I have to do on YouTube. Or, not have to do, but I like doing whole franchises if I can. And for anybody curious, I do have a Soulsborne playlist with all my Soulsborne playthroughs. Boom, parry. No, definitely not playing Contra Rogue Core again. Not any. Well, I will go back to it, just not anytime soon. It'll have to be one of those rainy Saturdays. And I'll have to, like, put tape over my screen to, like, eradicate the Contra name from it. So I can pretend like it's not a Contra game. That's part of its problem, is that it's billed as a Contra game, and it's not a Contra game at all. Yeah, you got shooting, and yeah, I guess it follows on the story, but other than that, nope, it's not Contra. So healing is good, or it's good to heal when you've done something like a backstab. See, this is a bad position to be in. He's cornered. Oh my god, I did it again, man. I let go of my, I pressed left on the D-pad. And I did it again. It's the PS3's D-pad, that's the problem. I'm doing this just to get some souls, because I figured I can either go back and level up, or I can go buy a bunch of green grass, which I might do. But again, my goal here is to get... I need to get rid of these throwing knives, too. It's making me scroll through too much of this, and my turpentine. I don't need it. So unfortunately, I'm out of regular grass. That's going to be the last one. Yeah, Blazing Chrome is a much better Contra game. It's not Contra, but the developers were very much inspired by Contra. And Metal Slug, apparently. It does have a little bit of a Metal Slug feel, too, with how the graphics look and how it feels when your bullets collide with enemies and whatnot. Alright, so let's try this again. See if we can just run straight down here. Got it. Good. It took me a lot of tries in my last playthrough. So this is perfect. We got our Thief's Ring. We go ahead and equip that. Become harder for enemies to detect. And that's exactly what I want. So now I could warp back, but I'm just going to take the scenic route because, just to get some more souls, I guess. And we can get ourselves some grass as well. There's also a guy you can talk to here, who can sell you stuff. Good parry, good parry. Yeah, no, it really does, Ben. Like, they just constantly, keep trying to continue that story. I mean, to be fair, Hardcore did it. Hardcore takes place after the Alien Wars. And so does pretty much every other Contra game after, including Legacy of War and See the Contra Adventure. Fat rolling. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fat rolling. Yeah, so since I sort of skipped down to Ostrava earlier, we actually didn't do some of this area. So normally you come at this place from this bridge here, from the other side. And our shop guy is actually around here. So there is an interesting mechanic in this game that was taken out of future Souls games, and that was being able to hop off ledges onto other areas. So I can't do it right here, because there's no way to get back. But if I went to this ledge right here, I could actually hop over it. And I don't really want to do that. Oh, he's gone! So he's gone because we've already done a later part of this area. So, that's interesting. I've never done this area backwards, by the way, so... And yeah, you gotta watch out for this guy. I didn't think he was gonna throw his firebomb so quickly. So this is where... this is where I fell down from. So, pretty cool stuff. Alright, so now back to the Phalanx Archstone. And I can just fall down here like that. And fall down here like this. Fat rolling. Yeah! Alright, so we're pretty much done with this entire first area. We don't have to come back here at all. And if I wanted to, I can go back to the Nexus and buy some more grass. But I'm not going to do that right now. I've got Slain on both PC and Switch. The Switch version, unfortunately, is it's got performance problems. Like, the foreground updates at a different frame rate than the background, and so it's like Pitfall the Mayan Adventure on 32X, where it is very choppy as a result. So I'm gonna try to play it on Steam sometime. Alright, so our Dragon Boy is gonna come back. And I'm gonna try to... This is probably not gonna work. Got it. Good. First try. Alright, so instead of running across that bridge, I'm going to come up here. Kill these guys first. Lots of screen shake. I have not. I actually bought it on Wii U. And I haven't played it yet. I definitely want to, though. We'll definitely get around to that sometime. Right now, I'm focused on just getting stuff done that I meant to do in 2019. So Axiom Verge is kind of low on the list. But yeah, I definitely want to do that sometime. So this is where Ostrava is again, I believe. We're going to rescue him one more time. Always look around corners in these games. And you can block arrows. Sometimes that's the best way of dealing with archers when they're long range, is just block the arrows. Alright, we just got a ring of gash protection, which is good against guys, you know, with that have weapons with bleeding properties. I don't really ever use it. So we got some Dark Moon Grass. Dark Moon Grass is excellent because this actually refills my health completely. And let me get rid of these fire bombs. I'm going to get rid of the Dark Moon Grass right now too, because I don't really need it. I will re-equip the Full Moon Grass though. I'm going to save the Dark Moon Grass for later on in the playthrough when my health bar is much larger. Slain is digital really for I'm not sure what you mean by that, Akela. Steam is the optimal way to play Slain. I think Slain might also be on Xbox One and PS4, and those versions might be fine. But the Switch version is glitched up, and I was told by one of my Twitch viewers that the developers had said they were going to fix it, and they never did, and the game's been out for quite a long time, I believe. So yeah, I don't recommend the Switch version of Slain, unfortunately, unless they fix it. And it definitely seems like it could be fixed to run properly, but they haven't bothered to do that yet. Alright, so this is actually going to be a little tricky. One thing I could do is use some throwing knives to just trigger these dogs one by one. Let's see if this works. It works in other Souls games. So there we go. These dogs can basically gang up on you. So, it's one great thing about having the Thief's Ring. I can take them on one by one. This is actually one of the harder parts right here in the early game of Demon Souls, is these... There's like 5 dogs. So look at this, just do it one by one. And we're good to go. I don't think I need these anymore, so... Now, because of having the Thief's Ring, I was able to aggro them one by one. If I didn't have the Thief's Ring on, they would have all gotten aggravated at me at once. And that would have been frustrating. But here's our shop guy. So this is where he moves to.
Good day to you. Care to look over my wares?
You sound like a red dwarf. A little bit. Alright. Yeah, so I mean, he sells a bunch of different types of grass, weapons. I think, does he sell a bow? I don't think he sells a bow. He sells a crossbow. I don't like crossbows. I want regular bows. So nothing I really want here except for lots of regular grass. So now, we've just burned all our souls on regular grass. And so I don't need to use my good grasses. I can just use these small grasses for a while. But coming down here, you get to save Ostrava again, but you also get to talk to the merchant. And then you also get to bypass the second part of the bridge, so you don't have to deal with the fire-breathing dragon again. Actually, there's our first bell. So what I want to do, I have to go all the way up that stretch. What I want to do is try to get the dragon to shoot fire on that other side and then start running. But they're going to be a bunch of archers. It's gonna be tough to deal with. And I'm gonna take a hit. It's kind of a frustrating part, to be honest with you. Good parry. There we go. Alright, one more, and then we get to fight the boss. And then we can go to our second area. Another good parry. Alright, so this door we're going to open up later on in the playthrough, right at the end of the game. But if you listen to your left, well, actually it's, I think, more on Motto's sound, but you hear a little sparkly sound. That's a crystal lizard, so he's actually on the other side of the wall, or he might be up top somewhere. So whenever you hear that sparkly sound, you know there's a crystal lizard nearby. There's actually, I think there's one up top here. Yep, there he is. So what I like to do is go into two-handed mode and just attack him once or twice. The reason I like to do two-handed mode, ooh, chunk of heartstone, we need that for later. That's going to be required to upgrade our sword even further later on in its upgrade cycle. So you'll notice that, you know, depending on whether you're in one-handed mode or two-handed mode, your sword swipes in a different direction. So your sword swipes kind of more like in a vertical manner when you're in two-handed mode. Whereas when you're in one-handed mode, it's a little more horizontal. The horizontal is kind of useless on the crystal lizards because they're on the ground. You know, the horizontal swipe is fine against enemies that are, you know, humanoid. You know, it swipes kind of waist high, whereas the two-handed attack swipes all along the ground. It actually hits the ground. You can actually see the ground spark up a little bit. So that's why you want to switch to two-handed mode for the crystal lizards. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and use my regular grass in this fight. Again, save the good grass for later on in the playthrough. This is our Tower Knight. This is a huge enemy, but he's not very difficult to deal with. I'm going to just try to run past him, if the game lets me. He's really slow, so it's not hard to run past him. You'll notice that there's another fog door there. We don't actually go through that until much farther into the playthrough. It has to be unlocked after beating one of a handful of specific bosses. So what we want to do is come up and deal with these archers first. Otherwise, they're shooting at you as you're trying to destroy the boss. We just loop our way around, make a full lap. Sometimes what I do is I attack and then lock on. My character will actually sort of home in on the enemy. So I'll get my attack going early. Alright, so having Turpentine here would actually be pretty good, but I'm just going to do things normally. So what we need to do is attack this guy in his legs. But he'll stomp down occasionally just like that. And you want to be away when he does that shield smash. Alright, so we've done that side, now we need to do the other side. There's an area of effect attack on his shield when he slams it down. Now he's gonna fall over. Oh, jeez. Bad side. We want to try to smack him in the head. That's the weak spot. Now we have to do it again. Ugh, terrible position to be in. I hate getting these guys cornered. Because for one, I can't see what I'm doing because of the camera. Now even when he falls over, I'm not going to be able to do anything. Let's see. Okay, no, I can still get him. Alright, we got him. Close call there. We almost died there for a second. Alright, now we can warp back. So again, this fog door we can't actually go through yet. A thick, colorless fog holds you back. Only those who have slain an archdemon may pass beyond this point. Archdemons, I don't know exactly what they are. I think they're all the demons that are at the very end of a stage. So that's only like the first half of Boletaria Palace. So that's not an archdemon. But if we go defeat like the Dragon God on the second route, or you know, any boss at the end of all these, I think that counts as an archdemon. So as long as you fully complete another area, that fog door opens up and you can go to the second half of Boletaria Palace. Not recommended because it's a very difficult part of the game. It's kind of like an end game scenario in my opinion, where you want to do it at the end of the game. Now there are perks to doing it early, but again, risk versus reward. It's much more challenging than other parts of the game. Alright, let's see what we got here equipment-wise. Nothing too crazy. I can go ahead and equip my bow if I want to. And then we can try to equip some arrows. I don't have any regular arrows. I've got heavy arrows, but no regular arrows yet. And I don't know. Let's see what we got here. Okay, I need 4 more hardstone shards. So we might actually go... Let's go and actually buy some hardstone shards again. Again, this is kind of slowing down the playthrough. But the thing is that we want to have my sword upgraded as quickly as possible. As quickly as possible. That just makes life so much easier as you go through the game. It means you're killing enemies faster. It means enemies have less chance of doing damage to you. It's just very good. So we needed 4, I believe. So we're going to go ahead and burn 2,000 of those souls. And then we're going to go ahead and warp back. This is going to actually be our second area. We're going to come right back here afterwards. But I prefer to get my sword upgraded first before we tackle this area. And on this area, what we're going to do is actually go through most of it, get to the boss, and then warp out and not fight the boss until later on in the playthrough to make life easier. So let's go ahead and upgrade our sword again. There we go. So we're at longsword +4. And so we need 3 large hardstone shards, then 6 regular hardstone shards. So, and we can also upgrade our bow, but we're not going to. Let's go to repair equipment. And then buy item, which means we can buy some arrows. See how many arrows we can buy. It's only going to let us buy as many as we can hold. So let me just start with, I don't know, let me start with 200. Now, the unfortunate thing about arrows is that they do weigh you down quite a bit. So that actually, you know, is going to weigh us down in terms of our inventory, our item burden. So let's see what our item burden's at right now. 77 out of 96. So we don't have a whole lot of room to pick things up. And we're not going to be fast rolling for quite a ways into the playthrough. Let's go ahead and deposit some items. Now your grass also plays into your weight, believe it or not. So, okay, so Stone of Ephemeral Eyes. This is kind of like the humanity in these Dark Souls games where it kind of turns you human again, sort of. I don't know what the term is in this game. But if you died and your health got cut in half, it basically removes that limitation. We don't get many in the very beginning of the game, but we do get quite a few later on in the game. So, I don't know if I'm going to really need the throwing knives right now. Let's go ahead and deposit our fire bombs. I'm going to toss the throwing knives back in too. And again, get rid of all your stones because the blacksmith knows that you have them. Not going to use the catalyst, not going to use heavy arrows for now, not going to use bolts. Can't use bolts with regular bows, you need a crossbow for that. Not going to use the ring of gash resistance.
We are indebted.
So let's go ahead and talk to Our Lady again.
Thou seekest
And level up.
soul of the mind, key to life's ether.
So again, I'm going to try to just level up relatively evenly in this playthrough. Normally normally I just try to pump a lot of souls into one specific upgrade, but not on this, not right now. So let's go ahead and buy some more grass while I'm here, just in case. Burn those rest of the souls. And what I'm going to do is actually take a quick restroom break, and I'm going to go get another drink. So yeah, Halloween isn't really a thing in this, but it's the same concept basically. So, but alrighty guys, I will be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere, or go somewhere and come back later. I don't know. You do what you want. man. All right, I am back. It's so weird to be starting a really long playthrough like this in the middle of the day. Normally it's the middle of the night for me. Oh, it's so weird. But hey, the upside is we might actually have more viewership because more people are up during the middle of the day than in the middle of the night. Black coffee helps. I'm drinking black Diet Coke. I did drink quite a bit of tea before starting the stream. Black tea, actually, and some green tea. I really like that pure leaf black tea, unsweetened. I bought some more last night. Okay. Okay, so now with that, we can actually go ahead and start our second area. Stone Fang Tunnel. I do appreciate everybody stopping in and hanging out today. I don't do ginger beer anymore because of, you know, it's sugar. And I don't buy the diet ginger beer anymore either, just because it's expensive. It's like $5 for a 6-pack. So what I do now is I put that money towards things like carbonated water, which is a lot cheaper, and I get a lot more for the money. Or I'll buy a pack of like Diet Coke or something instead. Would you like to touch my sticky white stuff? Sticky white stuff sounds disgusting, but it's basically imbuing your weapons with magic properties. So first thing we're going to do here is come up top. This area does have some irritation. I don't think I'm going to have too much trouble with it though. And this guy uses combustion a lot of times, but he's also got a fireball attack. See, that's combustion. Really good pyromancy, actually. But we're not going to mess with pyromancy in this playthrough. And I like to just poke at these guys from a distance, because they hit pretty hard. Crushing Battle Axe +1. I'm going to actually get rid of it. Because, again, my, you know, my item burden is kind of limited right now. So I don't want to just be picking up everything and just keeping everything, because I'm not going to use most of what I get. The frustration has not cranked up yet. I actually, a couple of boss fights aside, I don't actually see the frustration being too bad on this run. I'm comfortable enough with the game now where I can run through it, fairly smoothly, I think. I've got a game plan. Yeah. Stone of the Ephemeral Eyes. Again, that's what turns us human again. I'm just gonna call it human like it's Dark Souls 1. I know there's another term for it, I just don't know it, so... Please don't sue me. Alright, so these workers, you can actually just ignore them for the most part. But you do want to attack the ones that have bags with them. The ones with bags will, oops, I didn't mean to aggro him. The ones with bags always drop, good items. See, unfortunately, because I aggroed one, I aggroed all of them. It's kind of frustrating. Look at how resilient these guys are. Oh, there's a secret enemy at the bottom of the lift. Yeah, so it's actually good that Akela had mentioned that. So there's this thing called World Tendency. There's a separate tab up here. And depending on what you do over the course of the game, how well you treat, how well you treat NPCs, the World Tendency will go light or black. And it also, I think, depends on whether you die a certain amount of times or something like that. When a World Tendency is full light, you'll get certain side quests. When a World Tendency is full dark, you'll get other side quests. It's kind of interesting. It's a mechanic I haven't dived into too much. We will definitely not be trying to take advantage of World Tendency in this playthrough. We're just going to sort of roll with things as they happen. Okay, so he doesn't have a bag. Okay, I'm going to have to kill this guy, unfortunately, because he has noticed me. There's also going to be a dog here. A couple of dogs. Gotta get rid of those dogs first, if you can. But this guy has a bag, which means he's gonna drop some good stuff after I kill him. Yeah, there we go. That's actually very good. We're actually getting really close to being able to upgrade our sword yet again. But again, you don't really want to attack these guys if they're not coming after you. They don't really give you a whole lot unless they have bags in hand. Chunk of hardstone. Very good. We're getting a lot of chunks to start. There's clearstone. Clearstone actually... We might need clearstone for our bow and arrow. Or our bow. I don't even know why I keep saying arrow. But our bow. You called me at this part on Twitch last week. Yeah, you might have. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this guy, though, because this is a very tiny area. And he gave me a pickaxe. I'm gonna go ahead and just block. This is, again, very tiny area. And I'm just gonna... Oops. And oops again. Alright, let me get back here. Use some grass. So you can see how, like, some of this camera work is not all that great in this day and age. You can't see what you're doing. The camera's hugging the ceiling. It's really, really not all that great. It's just something you have to deal with when you play this game, unfortunately. It just comes with the territory. The series got more refined as it went on, culminating with Dark Souls 3 in terms of, like, camera and stuff like that. Demon Souls definitely has the worst camera in the whole series. You get backed up against the wall, you cannot see what you're doing, unfortunately. It gets really bad. Alright, so this is where we're going to start using our arrows. And our bow. And we're gonna snipe this guy down here. This is gonna be a reoccurring theme over the rest of the playthrough. I'm just gonna go ahead and tank. So it looks like he's out of my aggro range, so he's not gonna shoot at me. That's why the thief ring is really good. Yeah, their death ring, their death sound is great. It's like, oh jeez. There's some really good stuff in this game, I gotta give it credit. I didn't like Demon Souls that much when I first played it, but it's grown on me. There's some good stuff. Alright, so I can't actually go to that gate yet, so what I do want to do is actually fall down to right here, maybe. But I'm going to go ahead and kill these guys first, because they will aggro. But again, this guy has a bag, so he's going to have some goodies. All clear stone. Another one with a bag. Always want to take out the ones with bags because you get goodies. I'm gonna just try to get rid of all of them. When you're doing a backstab or what's called a riposte is when you parry and then basically counter. You're invincible. Enemies can't hurt you when you're in your backstab or riposte animation. Large Heartstone Shard, very good. And Shard of Heartstone. Yeah, I might be good to go for another upgrade. And do any of these guys have bags? I don't... nope. They don't have bags, so I'm not going to worry about them. This guy... The pickaxe guys always want to come after you, so I just go ahead and get rid of them. No bags. This guy does have a bag. And then, if I aggro the other guys, I always go ahead and try to take them out. Yeah, very good. Sharpstone, again, we're not going to really use Sharpstone here, but if I wanted to switch weapons, I could. And one strategy I use sometimes when I play these games is I have different types of weapons upgraded. So, I might have a weapon that uses Sharpstone and upgrade that fully. I might have a weapon that uses Hardstone, upgrade that fully, and then I'll keep them both in my inventory in case, say, one weapon breaks. I can switch to another one. And that's also taking advantage of all my resources to the maximum, which is good. Alright, so now we can actually come back up here. That gate is open. What you're going to find if you've never seen Demon's Souls is that it is a pretty linear game. All of its areas are fairly straightforward. You kind of push straight through. And you might hit a, hit a gate like that, but you just loop around. There's going to be a switch to open it, and then you go through and you continue progressing. Demon's Souls, I would say, is the most linear of the Dark Souls franchise, the Souls series, in terms of its actual levels. Now, you could argue it's actually one of the most non-linear because once you beat the first boss, the Phalanx, in Boletaria, you can pretty much go to any of the other 4 areas in any order. So it's both the most non-linear of the Souls games, but it's also the most linear. Non-linear in that you can go to any of the 5 areas in whatever order you want, and you can bounce back and forth between them. But it's the most linear in that each of the areas are very, very straightforward. Like, excruciatingly straightforward. And I'm going to go ahead and just skip that area. I don't know. Let's go ahead and kill these guys. So once you hit them, they actually fall down. They'll fall down if you get close to them too, but it's better to just try to snipe them from a distance because you do some damage in the process. And I recommend just sniping these guys, period, because they're actually pretty annoying. They're difficult to hit with your sword without taking damage in return. And just like so, I'm not going to bother with those guys on the inside there. But we'll go ahead and get this. Shard of Dragonstone. I'm not going to use Dragonstone. Really don't need it. But what's good here, we can't actually come down here yet. We're going to hit another switch eventually that will put out that fire on the floor. And if I wanted to, I could just try to aggro these guys one by one. Perfectly valid strategy. This is where the bow and arrow really comes in handy. Notice that they've got those really hot rods. And so, if you want to avoid taking damage, yeah, just snipe them. So we have to go through there to get to our first boss in this area. So we're making really good progress, actually. I'm going to go ahead and kill all these guys. One of these guys has a bag. Taking advantage of my horizontal swipe with my heavy attack. Oops. Double oops. And let's just backstab him. Yeah, I don't generally play magic classes when I play the Souls games. I've always played melee, but I have messed around with magic in Dark Souls 1, and it is kind of fun. But I do prefer melee classes, and so since melee classes don't really do too well with magic in the beginning, they can get pretty beefy with magic eventually. But they're not too good with it in the beginning. I just rely on the bow and arrow instead. So this is going to also take us to our second blacksmith in the game, as well as basically activate a shortcut. I'm going to fall down here, and there's going to be an item over here as well. I'm going to grab this first. Shard of Clearstone. This is a good time to go back to the Nexus, by the way. Actually, you know what? I might not go back to the Nexus until... No, I think I'm going to do the... Well, no, I might not need to go back, because there's a blacksmith here. I don't have to go back to upgrade my sword. Upgrade weapon. Yep. So we're at longsword +5 right now. I need 5 more large hardstone shards. You can buy large shards from a guy later on in this area. Good way to follow up on that Contra. Yeah, right? Alright. And this is what I meant by shortcut. We're back at the beginning. Because I'm gonna need some of these shards later on. Actually, no.
Where do you run it?
I want to do something else, actually. I want to talk to this guy again and see about my bow. Shard. Oh, you need hardstone for this too. Okay. Well, that's fine. So this is going to upgrade our bow. This means that our arrows are going to do a little more damage. Now, I'm not worried about using hardstone itself because we can just buy infinite amounts of hardstone. It's the large hardstone shards that are a little bit harder to come by. Now, you can still buy them from a particular guy later on, but you have to go pretty deep into Stonefang Tunnel to get to him. The hardstone chunks and there's another one that another hardstone that's a higher level. You don't want to just use those because they're very hard to grind out on and get again and reobtain. What I should start doing is actually upgrading my shield too. Whoa there. You caught me off guard. So when you use your heavy attack, he'll do that. And normally what happens is you can actually combo that into a second swipe, just like that. The second swipe is not nearly as powerful as the first swipe, this one. So what you can do is actually cancel out the second hit by moving your character forward a little bit. So for instance, move. Nope, I failed to do the combo. So let's try it again. So there's one, and then I move back, and then my lock-on disappeared actually. So let's just do an example. So there's a swipe, and then I move forward. There's another swipe. I move forward. There's another swipe. Move forward. Another swipe. So now if we do that again, and I just keep mashing the button, he'll actually do a combo instead. So 1, 2, 3. So the first hit here is way more powerful than the second. So you want to just do it and then cancel it by moving forward, then do it again, cancel by moving forward, do it again. And that's how you do more rapid damage with your heavy attack. See, just like that. And I want this this crystal lizard. Oh, this is really risky. And the crystal lizard disappeared, unfortunately. I have to get out of here. Whoa, what am I doing? Red Warrior needs food badly. Steel Shield. I'm going to actually get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of quite a few of these things, actually. So, let's go here. Get rid of the pickaxe. Get rid of the Steel Shield, because these are just going to weigh me down in case... You know, I want to keep my slots open for other items that I might need. Okay, so we're all good there. So what I want to do is actually come back up top. I do have to go up there, but we're not going to do that just yet. But yeah, movie Metalhead, Pyromancy in Dark Souls 1, I really like that. Alright, so there's a wooden plank right here, which is a little tricky to deal with. So what I'm going to do is actually unequip everything. So I don't get weighed down. I'm going to just run ahead, just like that. So you're much faster when, you know, you're not weighed down by your equipment. And if you don't unequip your stuff, you actually fall down. You won't actually make it across. And now we can fall down here. Oh yeah, I need to go back and finish my Gauntlet Legends playthrough on Dreamcast that we started a couple of years ago. And then start a brand new playthrough for the PS2 version, Dark Legacy. I used to rock Gauntlet Legends in the arcade. I got so good at the game that I could pop in 1 credit and get to the final level without continuing. It was one of the machines where they had it set to where your life doesn't tick down as you play. So you could actually get skillfully good at the game, learn all the levels, and get through the whole thing, most of the whole thing on 1 credit. I had the leaderboard for all the characters in the game on the arcade machine. Yeah, that was one of the things I did just after high school. I would go and play that Gauntlet Legends. It was great. Good times. I'd love to get a Gauntlet Legends arcade machine eventually in the future. Alright, so let's go ahead and come on up this way. Alright, some more of these guys. Again, we're doing what I mentioned earlier. Don't even mess around getting up close with a melee weapon. You will take damage, so it's just not worth it. So take the fast and easy way out. Snipe them. See, there's another one. Look at that! He still hit me, even though he didn't really hit me. That's what I'm talking about. So just don't even... Yeah. Don't even get up close to these guys. Not worth the trouble. And no shame in this. The bow and arrow is here for a reason. A lot of hardcore Dark Souls players are like, "Oh, you're a noob if you use the bow." And it's like, no. You're just smart if you use the bow, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. The game gives you the tools, you might as well use them. We're not using a cheat code. It's legit. It's a legit strategy. Oh yeah, I always sucked at Maximo as well, but watching Aqua's play it a couple years ago kind of motivated me to try it again. We'll definitely try to do that sometime soon. Ed's Grindstone, that's basically like repair powder from the other Souls games, except it's a grindstone, it's not powder. So that's how you can repair your weapons on the fly. You can use Ed's Grindstone to do that. Not something I usually have to use in this game. Your weapons stay pretty durable throughout the playthrough, but there are a couple points where bosses can just basically shatter your weapons and armor pretty quickly. So good to have him on stock. It's good to have at least 1 or 2 on stock, just in case. And this is it. John Simpson, hello. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I mean, Maximo Akela is a very difficult game. The level design is very nasty. And it's got a lot of old school design, you know, choices where checkpoints are few and far between, that sort of thing. So it wears you down quite quickly. Yeah, man, Alquist streamed it a couple years ago, and I watched him go through most of it. He's a big fan of the game, I believe. Whenever I do PS2 stuff, he mentions it. He's like, play Maximo! And I'm like, I don't feel like getting my ass kicked right now. I have to be in a very specific mood sometimes to get my ass kicked. Ring of Poison Resistance. That'll actually be decent later on in the game, but we're not going to need it for a while. You're mainly going to want it in the Valley of Defilement and the Tower of Latria. Alright, this is going to work our way down to the boss fight. You got this Pyromancer again. I just let him destroy all these, and then I go and take him out. There you go. I like it when he does combustion, because I can just move backwards like this. His fireball's a little bit harder to avoid, but that's what dodge rolling's for. You can dodge roll right through the fireball. No, you're right, Movie Metalhead. Absolutely, man. I actually did not like Dark Souls very much when I first played it. It took a couple of attempted playthroughs and Dark Souls Remastered for me to finally appreciate it. It basically took a lot of familiarity for me to appreciate it. Alright, there's gonna be a guy up top. He's gonna throw a boulder down just like so. And he's probably gonna fall down. There he goes. I mean, not really, James. My brother and I, we don't hang out very much because our schedules kind of clash. And he's always busy with his music stuff. He came over about 2 months ago. Yeah, he came over about 2 months ago, and we played some Sega CD games on Twitch. But we haven't done that in a while. We haven't caught up since then. I'd like to get him over sometime soon, but again, you know, it's kind of hard. I also kind of have to prod him pretty hard. You know, I have to reach out to him. He doesn't usually ever reach out to me. And sometimes I get into just a specific mindset, like I'm going to go stream this or that tonight on Twitch, that I don't even reach out to him. I just completely forget. I think it's that way for a lot of grown adults. But yeah, I would love to have him back on, or just, I'd love to have him just come over and play some games. Although we usually end up streaming, because I think he likes streaming. He, every time we stream on Twitch, you know, he's very interactive with the chat, so. Hell, last time we went to Starland, he was like, yeah, dude, we should buy these games and stream them. I was like, yeah, you're right, we should stream them. So. Yeah, but he's just busy. He's very into his music stuff, so. Alright, so this is our boss fight. One thing I'm going to do here is actually, this is a little trick you can do, is reactivate the elevator. So when you die and you go back to an archstone, the elevator stays wherever it was before you died. So If I died at this boss, it would still remain down here. I'd have to flip the switch, wait for it to go back up, flip the switch again, wait for it to go back down. So that actually saves half of the trouble. Alright, so what I'm going to do, this is a tricky boss. So what I want to do is use my shield. Alright, now I want to wait for him to slam down. Or do that. Alright, now I want to run back. Oh my god, we're dead. I'm dead. I did not know I could block that. Yeah, so what you normally have to do is you have to run to the end when he does that fire attack. He's not letting me do a whole lot here because of my lack of stamina. Alright, now I want to run back. I am surprised I survived that. It's crazy. Alright, now we have to do the same thing. Just run back. Yeah, I mean, Akela, I really like having guests on. I'd love to have guests on more often. You know, it definitely makes things more interesting. Alright, he's gonna try to do his fire attack again, but we just killed him. Screw you, spider. The problem, James, with two-player games is I get very frustrated when I play two-player stuff with people that aren't as good as me. And my brother's gotten way better at video games over the years, but he's still like way far behind me when we play action games and stuff like that. It'd be like if I tried playing guitar against my brother. He would basically crap all over me. And that's how it is when we play video games. And you know, not to sound cocky or anything, it just is what it is. And so it's honestly not that much fun for me to play two-player stuff. Not just with my brother, but with other people too. So we'd have to find something like Gauntlet usually works pretty well. We usually do pretty well with Gauntlet. Because he's actually pretty solid at Gauntlet, but also it's not a game that's competitive. It's a co-op thing. And so I'd have to find co-op stuff that would work well, but there's not a lot that like we're both familiar with, like we're both comfortable with, you know? Oh man. Well, yeah, my friend Ronnie's Ronnie 1031 is actually... Those things can instantly kill you if you're not careful. My friend Ronnie is coming up next week, and we're going to try to stream at least on Twitch, but I wouldn't mind trying to stream on YouTube as well. Because I haven't had him on a YouTube video in a long time. So, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure out what we can do, and figure out if it's going to be a Twitch stream or a YouTube stream, or both. You know, we might do a YouTube stream for like, you know, a couple hours. All right. You don't watch Twitch anymore. You like YouTube better. Yeah, I understand that. I get you. I don't really have a preference one way or the other these days. I mean, as far as streaming, I prefer YouTube personally because we always have way more people watching on YouTube than I do Twitch. So, you know, I'm kind of biased in that regard. But as far as like actually watching, I don't. At one point, I preferred YouTube because YouTube's player was a lot more stable. These days, it doesn't really matter. I do like things just being on YouTube because I'm always on YouTube anyway. So it's convenient for sure, but it doesn't matter that much for me anymore. So I'm going to come over here just to try to get these items. And I don't really need this stuff. And what I should do is actually warp back to the Nexus so I can try to store some of this stuff. These guys can be kind of dangerous. You can run past them, but you have to try to shoot them in the head. Otherwise, you barely do any damage to them. Hey, Liberal Arts guy. Welcome back. You beat Ghosts and Goblins or Ghouls and Ghosts on Mega Drive due to watching Aquas play it. Nice. Yeah, watching guys like Aquas play, you'll learn new strats and you'll start applying them. Alright, so let's warp back so we can drop off some of this stuff. We're going to definitely need to drop off some of this stuff. And then we can level up in the process. Alright, as always, I like to repair my stuff. Because I don't want to break in during a boss fight or a tense situation.
Do come. Thank you.
Deposit our items. I'm gonna actually get rid of the sticky white stuff for now. It's not a big deal. I don't really need it yet. I'm gonna get rid of one of my stone of ephemeral eyes. And Ed's grindstone, I'm gonna get rid of one. Dark moon grass, we're gonna save that for later. Get rid of all my shards. Look at all that. Exactly, yeah. Keeps the cost down too if you keep repairing, absolutely. Don't need the poison resistance yet. And we're gonna go ahead and buy some arrows while we're at it. Oops. I don't think I can upgrade anything right now. Let's check. Yeah, I need 2 more large shards, 3 regular shards. And, I'm not gonna bother upgrading my bow until I've got my sword up to where I need it. I will go ahead and upgrade my shield, though. Buy item. I definitely want some more arrows. So I think I used about 50. I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and buy 100.
Do come back.
Alright, now where is she? She's got a whole bunch of different spots she can appear.
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether.
Boost that, boost my hit points. Look at my life bar. It's a little bit bigger now. Oops, not that one. Alright, so there are a couple different things I want to do here at this place. The first of them is, and this crystal lizard has respawned. Crystal lizards will respawn multiple times when you warp out from an archstone. So that's very good. We got some large shards. And I'm pretty sure there's a crystal lizard down at the very end of the hallway. Let me kill all these guys. Wow, he dropped an item. It's actually kind of rare for these guys to drop items if they don't have bags. Shard of Sharpstone. Is it harder than Dark Souls? Not really. I think it's harder to learn because it's less forgiving. And, you know, Dark Souls is already pretty unforgiving. Let's go ahead and use our grass. Yeah, so I described it at the beginning of the stream, but Demon's Souls has very few checkpoints. It does have checkpoints, but they're very few and far between. So when you die, you have to retread a lot of area you've already covered. And that's more difficult to... That wears you down faster than in, say, Dark Souls. Dark Souls has some really long runbacks as well, but it's not as bad in Dark Souls, and so you're not getting quite as frustrated as you die and redo things over and over. Alright, so I'm not going to go there yet. We are going to fall down here. That actually leads us to our boss fight. So, if you want to go straight to the boss of this area, from the Archstone, you just make a quick right, and then you fall down. Now, you have to be careful about falling down, otherwise you'll die instantly. But what I want to do is explore this area, because there's a guy named Patches we can talk to. And he's going to appear over the course of the game. Patches is a reoccurring character in the whole Souls series. He even appears as a spider in Bloodborne. It's kind of funny, actually. And, you know, nothing says that you have to be super overly aggressive in these games. You can literally just do this all day long if you want to. Just poke, step back, poke, step back, poke, step back. Another crystal lizard. Oh, you little bastard. Okay, there we go. So what I'm going to do is try to aggro these guys one by one. These are black phantoms. Thanks for not blocking. I appreciate it. Wow. I will take it. Alright, these guys can hit pretty hard, but you can parry them. Suck my level 5 sword. And you're dead. Yeah, see, this area down here is actually kind of interesting because there are a lot of crystal lizards. And one thing I did want to try, but I don't think I can because I don't have any, is try... Yeah, I wanted to actually use a firebomb and throw it down into the pit, but I can't do it. But here's a crystal lizard right here. This is Crystal Lizard Central. And they're all gone. So what I have to do now, if I wanted to try to grind out on these guys again, is go back to the Nexus, warp back here, and then they reappear at least 2 or 3 times. Now there's, I think, also a good item up here that I definitely want to get. But I can't see where I'm going because it's Demon Souls. Pure Hardstone. We're going to need that if you want to try to max out our sword here. This is a very good pit to know about. Alright, see you, James. Take care, dude. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. And let me see what I've got here. I think I've got stuff I don't really need. Actually, I don't. I don't really have anything. Cool. Alright, we're good. We can carry plenty. Alright, so a couple different areas, ways you can go here. This area is probably the more annoying half of the whole level. You got one of those guys right there. You want to try to trigger it and then run away. Oof, see, look at that. Not much I could do about that. But what we want to do is get to the main cavern area. Whoa there, I didn't see you. Get to the main cavern area. There's going to be a guy we can talk to where we can buy large shards from. We're actually getting some good shards here. And, you know, for this weapon I'm using specifically, I really want to come to this place first because I get a ton of shards to upgrade it. And then that'll prep me really well for the rest of the game. Alright, so yeah, this is exactly where we want to be. That's Patches right there. He's kind of a dick. You've got these armored armadillo-looking things, anteater things. I don't even know what you call them. They're shielded, and they're very difficult to deal with. So I just try to ignore them completely. And Patches, again, he's kind of a dick. There's the frame rate drop. He says, oh, there's treasure over there. If you go over there, I bet you that thing's going to fall down, like, right on top of me. So what I'm going to do is just say screw it. First kill this guy. Can you turn around? Thank you. You do way more damage if you hit them in their mouth. And so this guy right here, I'm just gonna snipe him. Or I can just 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna do this because I don't want to get caught in Patches' trap. So this is going to take all day and all night. So Patches actually returns in Dark Souls, and there's a part later on in the game where he pushes you down into a pit. That exact same thing happens in Demon Souls. And he's a reoccurring character over the course of the rest of the Soul series. I don't think using turpentine right now, or turpentine, is going to do anything against this guy. We're in a place that's kind of fire-based, so... Yeah, I don't even know if that was doing more damage. Yeah, and so it's actually really tempting to just kill Patches, which is something I do sometimes when I play this game. But you're better off not killing him and actually playing out his quest line, because there's a lot of good stuff that you can get. And he eventually becomes a merchant, too. So you can buy arrows from him, you can buy better grass. He'll appear at the Nexus, but then also appear at other points later on in the game. Patrick, the Souls games oftentimes don't make sense. Like, you would think the Fire Sword doesn't do anything, but it actually, in fact, did more damage to a fire-based enemy. It did about 7 hit points extra of damage, so... Fire, in general, is usually extremely powerful in Demon Souls in particular. I don't really care about the Crescent Sword. I'm not going to use it. I'm going to be sticking with my long sword for the whole game. Any sword I get, it's just being deposited. I'm not going to mess around with it. Oh, crap. I forgot he explodes. That might have actually killed me if I wasn't careful. Yeah, see, it'll overburden me now. Ring of Flame Resistance. See, that's actually a pretty solid little ring. I want to see what this is. Unfortunately, I don't think I can actually drop a whole lot to actually get it. I don't need the Sharp Stones. Let's just go ahead and... Well, pure Sharpstone I should keep, just in case. Greystone I definitely don't need. Dragonstone I definitely don't need. You'll notice that the stones actually weigh you down quite a bit. And I just want to see what this is. Why did you drop it there? Huh, this is weird. Alright, whatever. I don't know where it is. It disappeared. Oh well, who cares? You cannot sell stuff in this game. Nope. There's no selling in Demon Souls. That wasn't introduced until Dark Souls. The Miyazaki games, Dark Souls 1 is definitely my favorite. Alright, so now we talked to Patches. He's like, what the hell? How did you do that? Because I hit him. Just like, you know, you could have too. But he chose not to. See, we got a club. Don't really care. Just gonna drop it. Because I don't want to get weighed down too much to where I can't pick up shards anymore. Or stones. I thought our other sales guy was down there. Maybe he's down here. I don't see him down there. There's another crystal lizard. Let's see if we can get it. Got him. Large hardstone shard. Very good. We need those. Alright, let's come back down this way real quick. Oh no, he's there. He just kind of blends in with all the trash. Alright, I had to actually turn around real quick. Because, look at this guy.
Well, alright then. Come back when you actually need something.
I do need something. I just need to kill this guy first. Alright, good deal. And you. Okay, so he's got large shards here, and I definitely want to try to buy those. I'm going to buy a couple, and I think that's pretty much all I can buy right now. So if I wanted to, I can come back here later to get even more. How much? 1,000? That's not enough to buy another one. I don't think it is. Let's see. Yeah, I need 1,500.
Come back.
But you can probably see what I mean, that, like, it's kind of a pain in the ass coming all the way back down here just to talk to that guy to buy large shards, so... And I'm basically just going to skip these guys. And you know what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to warp right out. And you know what? Yeah. There are some decent weapons you can get down here, but I don't really need them. So we're just going to skip this area entirely. So we're going to use the Shard of Archstone to go back to the Nexus. And then what I think I'll do is I will... go back to that pit of... Oh, go back to that pit of... crystal lizards, so I can get even more. See, I need one shard of hardstone. Man, I've got a lot of large shards. Holy crap. That's a lot. It really is a lot.
Hello.
And then we'll come back and upgrade my sword again. We're not going to fight the boss of that area right now. We're going to actually save him for later because he's a real pain in the ass. I will probably die right now if I try to fight him. So... that's one of the cool things about Demon Souls, again, is that you can save things for later.
You have a heart.
You have a heart of gold. So yeah, we're gonna go back. And again, since you know, enemies respawn after you go back to the Nexus, or I should say, crystal lizards respawn, I can go grind out on them some more. And I should have actually pulled out my fire bombs because I did want to try that. Fortunately, those black phantoms we destroyed, they do not respawn. I'm gonna go ahead and just pass all these guys. Get rid of that crescent axe. Don't need it. And unfortunately I have to crank this back up. So this is what I was talking about. The elevator stays wherever it was when you go back to the Nexus, or if you oh shoot, I just realized I did not pick up one of my archstones, or shards of archstone. So I actually have to warp back to the Nexus normally. That's fine. What I was gonna do is try to do the fall down strategy to go to the boss area, because there are some crystal lizards on the way. But I can't do that now. If I do, then I have to fight the boss. Man, more large shards. That's very good because we need those large shards. Okay, I don't want to come here. So you can see there's a crystal lizard at the end. Multiples now. More large shards. Very good stuff. It's very satisfying getting all these large shards because I need them. If I'm going to pump my sword up higher, I have to have those shards. And I think that's it for the crystal lizard. So we're going to go back, warp back out. Although if I really wanted to, I could go back down that area. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to. Alright, so let's get out of here. And let's go to our third place, which is going to be Tower of Latria. And we're going to pretty much do almost all of Tower of Latria until the second main boss. There are 3 bosses at Tower of Latria. And then we're going to, I'm going to go to the 4th place, which is the Shrine of Storms. And then we'll do the 5th place, Valley of Defilement, last. And then after that, we'll come back, we'll do the Flame Lurker, which is the boss fight for this area. Then the Dragon God, which is the second boss fight. And then we'll go do the Man-Eater after that. Man-Eater is probably the hardest boss in the entire game. So you can see how I've sort of got a game plan here. I've got an idea of where I want to go. And if I keep up this pace, this might not even take us 9 hours to go through. We're already at just about 3 hours, but we've got... we're already onto our 3rd area out of 5. So, not bad progress at all. I'm going to go ahead and buy multiples of those.
Nice stuff.
And we can go ahead and use the Storied Soldier's Soul, and then try to use this to repair some equipment. Since we're going to be going into a brand new area. And actually... Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. So just to get my my weapon upgraded again, I need to go by 1... I need to go purchase 1 regular Heartstone Shard. I didn't even think about that. It would have been so much better if, after a while, this guy just appeared at the Nexus, so you didn't have to come back here to do this. There we go. All that just for one shard. Or 1 stone. I keep calling them shards because they're shards in Dark Souls. You're glad I like this game now. Yeah, I do like it. It's still by far my least favorite Souls game. Definitely my least favorite Souls game. But I do like it now. I do enjoy it. Alright, let's do this. So we got a longsword +6, which is good. The longsword +6 actually carried me through my first playthrough, so it's solid. We're in a solid position with our sword.
Do come back.
Okay. On to Area 3, Tower of Latria. Solid Nate had actually made a Twitter post talking about how there is only, physical games only come with discs these days, no manuals. But some of the more independent stuff actually comes with extra goodies, which is nice. So my Raiden 5 Director's Cut on Switch came with an art book and a mini disc soundtrack CD, which is really cool. So, and then I think, what was it that I bought? Oh, Dead Cells for PS4 comes with an art book as well, which is really cool. It's actually kind of ironic how the $60 games come with nothing, yet like the $20 games come with stuff. It's really weird. Leo, what PS4 game was that, out of curiosity? But yeah, it's rare that the games will come with manuals. Or if they come with something, it's just like a download code flyer, and that's it. Alright, so Tower of Latry is a fairly straightforward area, at least in the first... Well, it's fairly straightforward overall. I'm going to try to snipe these guys from a distance, because they're really a pain to deal with. Look at those projectiles. They've got these attacks that can stun you completely, and I'm not going to worry about these cells either. There's a guy that's constantly shouting. You can try to free him later. Oh, really? Genesis Classics. Nice. I'd like to get that eventually so we can do a stream of it. Shard of Mercury Stone. Definitely not going to use that. So I'm definitely not an expert on all the different types of weapons and the shards that they use. I'm pretty basic. See, that attack right there. Ooh, man, does so much damage. That attack will freeze me. Very frustrating enemies. You had me on mute. Yeah, and I just talked about it too, Nate. Yeah, so what I said, Nate, was that, just like in my response to your Twitter post, is that some of the more independent releases actually come with stuff. But for, like, the big budget stuff, you usually get nothing, which is weird. Like, I opened up Mario Odyssey. There was nothing. Not a slip, no nothing. Same with Mario Maker 2. Mario Maker on the Wii U, on the other hand, came with this big booklet telling you how to play the game and all that stuff. It's really disappointing to see from these, you know, these big publishers. Oh, Dirt Rally. Interesting. Is that game any good, by the way? Alright, so we're going to loop back around and open up that locked door on the other side. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely about saving money, but the thing is, I can't imagine them saving that much money. I mean, especially if, like... Especially if companies... you know, publishing games for like 20 bucks can include pamphlets and stuff like that. Why can't a company that, you know, publishes a $60 game do the same thing? I mean, especially if you're a company like Nintendo and you know your game's gonna sell millions and millions of copies. Like, I'm sure that you could, you know, you can make yourself, you know, an instruction manual. Or at least something that just, like, goes along with the game. Have, like, a nice little 2-page pamphlet or something that just, you know, has some words from the developers or something. Or, I don't know. Probably some somewhat decent items in here, but we're gonna get ambushed by enemies. Oh, no, this isn't the same room. Boom. Stone of Ephemeral Eyes, very good item to have, especially later on as we start dying more often. We can use those to regain our full health bar. I don't like to use them in the early parts of the game. Oh, it's locked. I don't have the key for it yet. Yeah, exactly, Movie Metalhead. My copies, you know, my Switch version of, say, Binding of Isaac, a couple years ago, came with the full instruction manual. And, did that one come with a mini soundtrack disc? I don't remember. I know Cave Story, I think, came with a mini soundtrack disc as well. Alright, so, opening these is kind of, risky. One of these guys is gonna hit us and poison us, I think. So, I don't know, let's see. That one's fine. I don't really need those items. It's this one right here I'm not gonna open. Not gonna bother. I've not played Mega Man X Command Mission, and I don't really have a desire to. I've seen some stuff on it, it doesn't really look like it's up my alley. Okay, we don't want to fall down here. I love me some Mega Man X, though. I played Mega Man X5 on stream last week on YouTube, and then I actually played it again 2 nights ago on Twitch. And then I, started up Mega Man X4 on the Legacy Collection the other day. Okay, this is where you basically can get ambushed. See, lots of guys. Oh, not good. Yeah, I actually, that's the version of Doom 3 I have, Leo. And I actually have that poster of Doom that I've wanted to hang up, but I just haven't been able to find a frame that fits it well enough. The frames I find are either too small or too large. You saw the X5 live stream, especially with Alias babysitting. I like how you put that, babysitting. It really is. It really is. Okay, I actually don't want to go back there. I need to come back this way. So I can probably open up this gate here. Good progress so far in this area. Pretty smooth so far. Doom 3 BFG Edition did not come with a Doom poster upon release, Leo. I bought Doom 3 BFG the day it came out. On 360. So I think it's just a budget release thing. Yeah, because if it did, I would have kept the poster, and I would have 2 posters right now, and I do not. Alright, so this lady isn't all that useful, unfortunately. She sells some grass and stuff like that. She also sells the Ring of Avarice, which can boost your soul count as you kill enemies. But it's not worth buying. Actually, her Full Moon Grass might be priced okay. But the other stuff she has... Well, Shards of Moonlight Stone. You might need those, but I don't. The Ring of Avarice is $50,000. And ironically, you get the Ring of Avarice for free later on. So.
Are you out for blood? For heaven's sake, why on earth?
I don't like your singing. No, we're not going to come back here, so we'll get... Whoa, that was quite the roar. Maybe it was good we killed her. That was a demon's kind of roar. But yeah, like I said, we're not going to use her later on in the playthrough, so it doesn't matter. I'm not coming back here. So you have to really watch your step in this area, though, because there are a couple of those pits you can fall through. I'll go ahead and open up this one. Bunch of items here we can get. Let's go ahead and switch over to our regular grass. Yep, see, poisoned. Now, unfortunately, I don't think I have... No, actually, I think I do have some. Nope, I've stashed them away. Okay. So, it's a bummer. So I have to let the poison run out normally. Retro City Rampage. What consoles had a physical version of that? I might want to pick up a physical. Ring of Magical Sharpness, which I don't really need because I'm not using magic. Alright, so now we can go down these stairs. Couple of tricky things here. It's actually very easy to miss this stairwell. So we do have to go back down there eventually. I might actually be able to go down there now. Let me see if it unlocks it. PS4 for Retro City Rampage. Okay, cool. Yeah, I never played that game, but it would probably be fun to play on PS4. We'll do Half Moon Grass. It's not as valuable, and I have quite a lot of it. Alright, so there's this guy here, Sage Freak. He's the first pyromancer you meet. And there's a witch that we can meet later on in the playthrough, which also will give us pyromancy. And this poison is lasting a long time. Okay, we're going to have to come back there to unlock that. Very important for one of the sections coming up. And another stairwell that's very easy to miss. Heavy crossbow, I don't really need that. And I'm only going into these jail cells if I see items, but even then I'm not really looking for a lot. And we dodge roll through that. And this is the guy that complains. And I don't think I'm gonna do anything to him. I don't think I can kill him either. Ooh, this poison finally wore off. Jeez, that lasted a long time.
Please, help me.
Alright, stairwell. Stairwells are good in this place. They lead you places. Places you need to be. Follow the stairwell. Follow your heart. Alright, okay, these guys are kind of a pain to deal with. So I want to get behind cover here. Yeah, that's interesting, Leo. I know on the original Xbox 360 version, played on a 360, you just access the classic Dooms from within the BFG edition. It just launches them from within it. It doesn't install them. So there must be some sort of like linking happening when running it on Xbox One. Okay, this is stuff I don't actually need. It's stuff I already have, so let's go ahead and get rid of it. After I get to the first boss here, I might actually take another quick break so I can get some more food in my stomach. I made up a couple of DiGiorno pizzas for this stream. Basically food to last me for the entire playthrough. I need to go out and grab a slice or two. Don't need the Ring of Magical Sharpness. Don't need Mercury Stone. And I really hate how it automatically equips stuff that you don't want, like the Augite of Guidance. It's... You can't drop it unless you unequip it, so I'll just leave it equipped for now. Oh, jeez, no, don't... No, no, what are you doing? Why did I do that? Get rid of that heavy crossbow. Get rid of that wooden catalyst. Yeah, it's a real... I'm really glad they implemented... selling stuff in later Souls games, because then you have a reason to actually hold on to everything. I don't think there's anything important there. Now I have to be careful as to not fall down in some random hole, but I don't think there is one here. DiGiorno's quality slip. I don't know if their quality has really slipped so much as I've just kind of lost my taste for them. And I've tried a lot of different brands of frozen pizza, and pretty much none of them really do it for me anymore. Although this DiGiorno I did get is like a newer thin crust pizzeria style, as they call it. It's under their pizzeria brand, which is like, I'm guessing is higher quality. So we'll see how it is. But yeah, I mean, generally I like to just get pizza from real pizza places these days if I can. Alright, let me see if I can snipe the crystal lizard. Good, got him. Yeah, I mean, I still like DiGiorno's, but it's not my go-to anymore. Like, I'd rather just order from, like, Domino's or Papa John's, or preferably go out to a real independent pizza place locally, but I haven't done that much lately. Yeah, it might be Burnout. It might be Burnout for sure. I've had a lot of DiGiorno's over the years. It's definitely my my most frequent pizza brand that I've had. It's still locked. Okay, can't go there yet. My most frequently had frozen pizza brand. But I do love the Stouffer's French bread pizzas. They're really good. Alright, so there's this object here that's constantly shooting arrows at you. The idea is to get a key and then go behind it to disable it. So that's going to be my goal here. But first what I'm going to do is... it goes 1, 2. And that's the key we needed. Now you can dodge roll through those arrows, but I'm not going to do that. Like, why do it if I don't have to? I'm going to inch down here slowly. Now, one thing about Demon Souls is that when you're falling down, you're much more floaty in this than you are in other Souls games. And so you can actually sort of float off a ledge unintentionally. So when you're falling off a ledge, you need to be really careful about it. Otherwise, you'll miss whatever platform you're trying to get to and you'll fall to your death. Fortunately, we haven't fallen to our deaths yet, which is good. it's still locked. Jeez. Alright, so we have to work our way back, and actually we might be able to work our way maybe around here somewhere. S-stock, don't really need that. Leftover Indian food. But you can see over there, there's that machine. So what we're going to do is actually sort of work our way over there. And then after that, we're pretty much on our way to our first boss fight. The first boss fight can be a little annoying. After changing the sauce recipe, really. I haven't really noticed a change in the sauce. Like, their sauce is still very DiGiorno to me. My big thing with DiGiorno has always been the amount of bread. You get their regular pizzas, and there's a ton of bread. Which is probably one reason why I don't enjoy them as much as I used to. But even their thin crust, on the other hand, it still hasn't really been doing it for me either. I used to get those square thin crust DiGiorno pizzas all the time. I used to love them. But I don't really get those anymore either. Just running around in circles now, so I apologize for that, guys. Was there a gate here? I don't remember. No, there wasn't. Okay. Hey, Mark. Thanks, man. You didn't have your phone at the time. Right on. Well, thanks for letting me know you checked it out. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I might have to go back. There we go. Okay, good. Improved recipe. Improved recipe, quote unquote, to me is basically saying, oh, we're cost cutting now. Our old ingredients, you know, they were too much. We need to make more money. And it's not that they need to make more money, it's that our investors need to make more money, and so we're forced to change a good thing. That's what I see whenever I see new and improved recipe. Capitalism, folks. It's not always a good thing. It's the reason we don't get instruction manuals with our $60 games anymore. Going back on that subject. So what can you do, Leo? Have some restraint and not always expect infinite profit growth. Realize that you're only going to be able to make so much money from something. And instead of trying to maximize the profit at the detriment, you know, to the consumer's value, you know, just admit that, oh well, you know, we're making good enough profit. But our system is basically more and more profit, more profit, more profit, more profit, increase profit, raise maximum profit values or margins. Keep pushing it harder, push it as far as you can go, and that's the problem. It's greed, actually, if we want to go there. I'm not saying other systems are better, Leo. I'm just saying how ours is right now is not particularly good in a lot of cases. A lot of people like to push very, very hard and at the detriment of others, to the detriment of others. And that's the problem. I will say I've you know, come to grips with the fact we don't get manuals a long time ago. I mean, it kind of started happening in the 360 and PS3 era, where sometimes some games you would just get like tiny little slips of paper. I think I need to go down. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Leo. Clever Cat's ring. So that's actually a half decent ring. It reduces your fall damage, so you can fall farther without dying. Stone of Ephemeral Eyes, very good pickup. Okay, so we're actually in really good shape here. There's an item I missed over there. I don't really care. This is going to lead us to the boss fight. But first I need to come over here to the right. And we have to go up here, otherwise we're going to end up having to fight the boss multiple times. You don't want to do that. You really don't want to fight the boss multiple times. Crystal Pepsi, yeah, they had brought that back a couple years ago. And one of my friends, Ronnie, actually raved about it. I remember trying it and not really being too impressed by Crystal Pepsi, but I knew people that really enjoy it. I don't know if you can still get it. I don't know if they took it off the market again. You know what my favorite was? Just physical items without the actual game. Like Cuphead on Xbox One. Or I think it was either Patapon or Patapon 2 on PSP. One of the original versions was just a download code for PSP, a portable system. Alright, we can go ahead and just whack him. And this is, I think, the key to unlock Sage Freak, but I don't really care. I'm not going to bother with him. Ketsui Collector's Edition, that had a download code? There was no physical game? What? Okay, so we can try to fall down here. And it's just Widow's Lotus, which is the bleed resistance. If we fall down here, there's actually going to be a black phantom that appears, I believe. I don't see it yet, though. So let me try to just fall down here. There it is. Wow, you did a lot of damage. Holy crap. That crossbow does crazy damage. Oh, this is actually really bad. Plague is another one that's actually awful. It's like toxic in Dark Souls. Dude, stamina. Come back, stamina. Alright, unfortunately, I don't have anything that can get rid of plague. No, actually, no, I don't. Because I filed it away. I stored it away. Yeah. Oh, heal user from plague. Oh, okay. Cool. Didn't realize I had... I thought that was the one that protects against bleed. Okay, we're back in good shape. That was actually kind of tough. Where does this rank in difficulty in the Souls games? I'd probably put it at the... Not sure if I'd put it at the bottom completely, because Dark Souls 2 overall is actually... Bosses are really easy in that game. Well, I don't know. I'd probably put this at the bottom in terms of difficulty. But it's probably the most frustrating to learn, with its very long runbacks and things like that. I will say that. Alright, I got some turpentine. We will go ahead and use that. Alright, so I'm just going to rush through. Alright, so now we've got multiples of them. I don't know if it's 3 or 4 or what. And this one stuns me, and it really sucks. I hate it. And it's like a line of sight thing. It's really annoying. Okay, so that's not the right one. The right one will actually lose health. Let's try this one. Nope. Let's try this one again. Nope. Try that one. Nope. Fat roll my way to victory. That's not it. So it's one of these two. Notice that I'm trying to stay pretty safe with my health. One more. Good, got her. We're done. That was a way to finish it up. This was the frontier. Yeah, this is where it all started. Oh, jeez. Alright, just get rid of these guys. Just run past them, grab all the items. Alright, movie metalhead, take care, man. I'll be here for quite a while. Although we're making really good progress. I'm gonna go get some food myself once we hit this archstone and go back to the Nexus. So, some gargoyles are going to come grab us and fly us up. I didn't really want to do that yet. I wanted to grab those items, but... Oh well, I don't have a choice. So it's the same types of gargoyles, or similar types of gargoyles that are in Dark Souls 1 that carry you off to Anor Londo. Alright, so this is the second half of Tower of Latria. This second half is actually really straightforward. It's just a straight shot. I like it more than the jail cell area. A false enemy boss that didn't take damage. It's a good question, actually. It's a really good question. Now we can finally level up some. Alright, so we're going to repair our equipment. I don't even think I really used many arrows in that level either. Wow, I can upgrade my sword again.
What's the hurry?
Holy crap.
Where are you off to?
I'll have to buy some more Hearthstone shards, thank you. Quit your bitching. Yeah, you'll find that a lot of people in this game are kind of jackasses. If you walk away from them without doing anything, they're like, "You're so rude! Why did you even talk to me? I need to go on Twitter and just vent now." That's what everybody's like in this game. You just want to just smack them across the face. Hey, Jeff and Crestline. Shartstone hearts. What? Yeah, still on component video because my PS3's HDMI doesn't really want to function properly. It's glitchy. I think there's an issue with the port itself. Okay, so I need 6 more Hearthstone shards, 1 more chunk of Hearthstone. So we're gonna be watching out for that Hearthstone chunk. Let's go ahead. I meant to repair, actually. I totally forgot to do that.
You come. Thank you.
Let's deposit our stuff. $193. Oh, actually, you know what? Come to think of it, the cat's ring I think is actually different than what I described it as earlier. Let's see. Attack power rises at 30% or lower. 30% or lower HP. Okay, so that's actually not the ring I was thinking of, where it lets you fall farther. I'm confusing it with the Silver Cat ring from Dark Souls 2. So that's actually interesting. You know, higher attack power the lower your health is, but I'd rather have high health. By the way, this guy's kind of a jackass too.
What are you doing? Even I will not just sit back and take it.
This Crestfallen Knight is basically a recurring character throughout the series. There's always some guy at the hub that is just kind of pessimistic. There we go. Worth it. Definitely worth it. We get 2,400-ish souls. I'm okay with that.
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. Art thou done?
Okay, boost that stamina bar. Alrighty, folks. What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna go get some food. So I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break or so. Let's go ahead and just spend this on arrows. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is actually go deposit some of these arrows too, because that just weighed me down quite a bit. But now I've got, you know, an extra 100 arrows in my stash, which is actually pretty nice. So instead of buying arrows later, I can refer to my stash. Just don't tell anybody about my stash, man. You've never bothered. Yeah, I don't know if he does anything later on in the game. I don't know if he's got like a side quest or anything, but I haven't messed around with that, so I just, you know, let's just whack him. Take those souls. So, alrighty guys, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna get some food, so. He gets depressed until he dies. All right, I'm back. Got a couple slices of DiGiorno in my belly. For anyone curious, I checked the box, and it is the pizzeria hand-tossed thin crust style. It's got some seasoning on the crust. It's actually might be my favorite DiGiorno now. Because it gets like there's still like the crust is still relatively thick despite it being thin crust. But just the right balance of cheese, sauce, and bread. It's good. Might have to get them more often. Hey Mac, welcome back. That's right, more awesomeness. Making good progress. Once we're done with this area, we can go to Area 4, then Area 5, and then come back and beat these bosses. Beat the bosses of the... Blah! Beat the bosses of these earlier areas. Alright, we got a bunch of gargoyles that are gonna fly down on us, but I don't really care. I'm not going to deal with them unless they come at me head to head. I'm going to come this way first. And we can just break through these. Look at those ragdoll physics. Back in the earlier days of using Havoc. The Havoc physics engine. Not really sure what they call it exactly, but Havoc was basically responsible for the ragdoll physics and probably other things too. Probably other forms of collision detection. Lots of moonlight stones that I don't need. But yeah, we don't really need to be down here. I just wanted to come down here, clear out this area to start. This actually opens up in there, but right now it's closed off. And you guys will see why it's closed off in a little bit. I'll actually probably let the cutscene play out because it's probably one of the cooler ones in the game. I will take that, thank you. And I will drag you up these stairs. Apparently. Alright, so we can't go up the stairs yet. Because of this thing. Pretty crazy stuff. Try not to fall off. It's a heart of gold. Couple of gargoyles. I don't think I need that item over there, so I'm not gonna risk it. Oh jeez. Alright, let me not lock onto these guys. No office. Just no. That was actually really close. I was about to fall off. There's an elevator right here, too. Alright. Some more of these guys from earlier. Alright, and it's very easy to miss this stairwell. I actually did it on my my first playthrough, sorry. Alright, these cages will take you down to a swampy area, which we have to go to. But I'm gonna go here first. And there's this guy that we can try to free. He's actually a bad guy, so I'm gonna kill him right away. He'll go back to the Nexus and then kill everybody there over the course of your playthrough. But we just got a shard of Archstone, which is really good.
Thank you.
And... whatever.
Well, what have we here? Do you wish to die so soon?
Woo! Unfortunately, we just lost his armor set. Because he fell all the way down. Although this elevator might take us right to where he died. I might be able to do what you can do in other Souls games where you save the game and quit. And then you reload the game and the items reappear where you killed the enemy. Let him live for one boss, he drops items. All right. Nothing really of note in this area, just a bunch of items. Fragrant ring. We do have to get up onto these planks. I have not Society. That would be cool to check out one day. I didn't even see that guy. Good. More stones of the ephemeral eyes. All minor enemies are bosses? Really? I need to check that out. That sounds right up my alley. Alright, so I don't want to fall back down there. I'm fine just being up here. Let's go on up this way. Dark Moon Grass, that's good. I'm actually glad I have some more of that on hand because that should actually remove status effects. Yeah, fully heals HP and status ailments. So if I ever get plagued again, then I can use that to unplague myself. Alright, so there are some more of these guys here that were in the jail cell area, and what I'm going to try to do is actually snipe them from a distance because they are a real pain to deal with. And these are red ones, sort of like Black Phantom ones that do way more damage. Oh, see, look at that. Look at that damage. Got it. Yeah, see, later on the lead up to the main boss fight, you have to actually fight those guys head to head in a very tight, you know, corridor. And the first one's actually on a very tight stairwell. Later on, you have to fight them in very tight corridors. It's very aggravating. Some of the worst enemies in the game, if you ask me. Alright, there's a crystal lizard. I don't think the lizard has anything that I really need, but I don't want to be interrupted by this enemy. So again, these Souls games, it's about playing smart, to be honest with you. Oh, you little bastard. He went off. If I run into areas like this without... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, I almost got knocked off due to really poor physics. His dead body almost pushed me off. Which actually might not have killed me. I think I could have survived that fall, but that was still really scary. That was really, really scary. Alright, just like the other tower, we just run up, we get to an elevator. Oh, no thanks. No thanks, no thanks, no thanks. That was really, really close. We would have had to do that entire trek all over again if I died. Come on, elevator. Hurry the hell up. Seriously. Okay, they're just walking back that other way. This is why having the thief ring is really good, because the aggravation distance is shortened big time. So that the thief ring actually saved me there. If I didn't have that, they would have kept chasing after me. Whew. That's also why you don't want to go in guns blazing. Because, you know, especially against multiple enemies, you're very likely to take damage and die very quickly. Yeah, something else I didn't mention earlier is we're running this stream at 30 frames a second. Because Demon Souls only runs at 30 frames a second. So for anybody curious about why the stream's not at 1080p 60, it's because Demon Souls doesn't run at 60. So we can render less frames and hopefully get better visual quality as a result. Hopefully. Alright. So now we've basically opened up the boss fight, but we're not gonna go to the boss fight. I actually could potentially do the boss right now, but I don't really want to bother. It's a very stressful boss fight. So what I'm going to do is just continue on, pick up some items left over, and then we're going to warp out to do our fourth area, which is the Shrine of Storms. That's her archstone. So we're going to go explore this area, though, and show it off. Yeah, see, the other thing is I've got souls right now, and if I go and fight the boss, I'm going to probably lose my souls. And then I'll be tempted to come back and fight the boss again just to get my souls back. And it's just this repeating process, this cycle that I don't want to deal with. So we're playing it safe on this playthrough. We're playing it safe. We're 4 hours in. We've made really good progress. And let's just keep that progress up. Let's keep that momentum going. And then the longer we wait before we come back to defeat these bosses, the easier the bosses will be. Those guys don't give many souls. A lot of enemies in this game you'll find don't really give you a whole lot of souls. Especially in the earlier parts. Although the Shrine of Storms has some really good enemies to grind out on. Ring of Avarice, that's what I was talking about. So that ring, basically increases your soul count. And I'm not going to use the Cling Ring right now because I'm alive. I'm not dead. So we can equip the Ring of Avarice and get more souls back per kill. So we got 58 instead of 48. So, you know, we get a little more souls back. It's a certain percentage. And that's why you did not want to buy the Ring of Avarice from that lady that we killed earlier. That's a waste of money. Because you get it for free. You get it for free here. Alright, we just work our way back to our Archstone from the beginning. Go to the Nexus. Consume some other souls. Maybe we can level up. And then, yeah, we go to our 4th area. I could do the 5th area first, too, if I wanted to, but I think I'm going to save it for last because I had to be extra careful in it. It's the Valley of Defilement. There's a whole bottom area which is very time-consuming to go through, so I want to be as strong as I can when I go down to that area. Actually, I can come down... Nah, I'm not going to. Don't fall. Not that it matters, because we're right next to our Archstone anyway. Not a big deal. Oops. Alright, back to the Nexus. So how's everybody doing right now? All of our people still out there. Doing all right? You suppose. You suppose. Good here, says Mac. Good, good. Figuring out what your Mega SD is missing. What is your Mega SD missing? Good time to repair this stuff. Wow. Wow, this stuff was about to break. Repairing is pretty expensive, actually. Believe it or not.
Thank you.
Legal. Gaming yourself while you watch the stream. Nice. What are you playing, Trouble Student? Oh, nice. Hell yeah, Society. Very cool. I think we know who his new favorite uncle is. Alright, so I do want to actually take back some of my arrows because we're going to need them on this place. We're going to be using quite a few arrows. We'll take back all of them.
We are indebted.
Alright, let's level up. Where is she? Where are you, lady? There you are.
Thou soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Art thou done?
Oh, clunk. Alright, what's our equipment burden at? 36 out of 53. So if I had unequipped my bow, well, my bow's actually not much. Yeah, still not fast rolling. But if I got rid of, say, like the helmet, I could. Which is an option. But for now, we're fine. Alright, on to Area 4, Shrine of Storms. Like I said, we're going to come back and beat some of these bosses later on. Get up to 10 or more. Interesting, I didn't know that. Your favorite modern game of all time. Trevor's playing League of Legends. Nice. Blastwind. I've heard Blastwind is pretty easy. Yeah, I've seen videos and even I thought, that looks pretty easy. Alright, so this is where we have the skeletons. Some of the most annoying enemies in the game. Although these early skeletons aren't too bad, it's some of the later ones that really suck. I do like this area partially because the first part is pretty wide open, which is nice. It's nice and refreshing. So many areas of this game are very tight. So these guys would eventually turn into actual skeletons in the Dark Souls games. But they're a lot more aggressive in this game. Alright, gonna be some archers up top. Fat rolling. Man, I'm still hungry. I want to eat more food. I had 2 big slices of pizza. I'm still hungry. It's okay. I don't think I can get around here. I don't know, let's see. Can I get up here? Nope. Alright, so that Asylum Demon that we fought earlier, we get to fight him again. And he's a one-time enemy. But I want to get rid of these stingrays if I can. Oh look, there's a skeleton up there. Can I hit him? Oh yeah! I can hit him alright. He's dead. Wow, I got it. Yeah, the stingrays can be pretty annoying. He's not getting aggravated, so I think we're just gonna cheese him, guys. Thank you, Thief Ring. Doesn't matter what level of player you guys are, as long as you guys have fun playing them, that's all that matters. I think it's kind of dumb to think of yourself like, oh, I'm a terrible shmup player. Like, who cares? Just play the games and have fun. I never once thought about, like, how good I was at the genre until until that point when like I started trying to post stuff online, like for leaderboards and whatnot, and I saw so many players much better than me. I don't know. I've always loved the genre. I just play them because I enjoy them. But you know, if you really think you're quote unquote terrible, then you know, go play 16-bit shooters. They're a lot easier than you know, the modern day stuff, the bullet hells and whatnot. Go play Musha. Go play Thunder Force 4. You're gonna get your ass kicked here and there, but they're the kinds of games where like you learn where the enemies are, and you know, once you know that and you know what to do, where to position your ship, they're really easy to go through consistently. Look at this cheese. This cheese is crazy. Musha's honestly, in my opinion, one of the easiest shmups of that era. On the normal default difficulty. Yeah, you can't do that, Society. Even if you get frustrated, just take a break, then come back later. That's all you gotta do. Take a break, come back later. And then when you come back, you'll notice that, like, you're better. You're like, oh, this section's a lot easier because, like, I know what was gonna happen and I knew how to avoid it. That's just how those games are. Alright, some good stuff here, but I'm not gonna use any of it, so I'm gonna drop it. I don't know if the Uchi Katana scales on dexterity in this game, like it does in Dark Souls. Yeah, one thing that modern games, ooh, nice, killed him in one hit. One thing that modern games will teach you is, or will negatively teach you is, you know, games are just gonna hand you victory on a silver platter, you know, and that doesn't work that way with old school games, mostly. There are exceptions, of course, but for the most part, there's a lot of memorization involved that you don't have to do as much in a lot of modern games. And so you have to get out of that modern mindset when you're playing an old school game, especially something like a shoot 'em up. But there is a certain satisfaction you get from slowly grinding out a game and gradually getting better at it over time. And it's one big reason why these Souls games are so popular. Yeah, I was pretty disappointed with Thunder Force 6 as well, but to be honest, I didn't put a ton of time into it. It's one of those games I want to reacquire and then try to put some time into it. I know people that really enjoy it, and they're shmup aficionados, so I sort of take their word. I trust their word, I mean. So I feel like I probably didn't put much time into it. And I know I didn't put much time into it, so I would probably enjoy it if I really put time into it. We got the Adjudicator shield. Not going to use it. The Adjudicator is actually the boss of this level. Blast Wind, was that Technosoft? I think it was. They also did Hyper Duel on Saturn, which is a really solid shoot 'em up. Oh, Lords of Thunder is great. Yeah. Lords of Thunder is one of my favorites from that era. Half Moon Grass. Hey, we're working our way towards the first boss of this level. Stony the Ephemeral Eyes, which is good. I don't think I can get over there just yet. Stormwind? Yeah, play Stormwind if you like not being able to see, if you're not play Stormwind if you like not being able to differentiate between foreground and background objects. If you do Stormwind, I recommend the HD version. It's much more polished. Don't play the Dreamcast one. I mean, if you have a choice, don't play the Dreamcast one. This game could use more music. It's not any different from other Souls games. Rolling Gunner is really good. Yes. Yes, yes. We need to play more of that. See, that's what the stingrays do. They shoot at you, and it's not fun. Hey, Clifton! Welcome back. Just gonna tank. Is there another one? I hear it. Yeah, there it is. If you don't have a bow and arrow, this whole area is a major pain in the ass. There is a Dark Souls board game. Hell, I think Clifton actually has it. Remember us talking about it sometime last year. Alright, so this guy I want to bait over because if I try to parry him on this little stretch, I will fall off the ledge. It's just how the game is. Problem is I've got the thief ring, so he's not going to come all the way after me. He will if I keep hitting him with arrows. See? Kind of like this. You got a ton of the expansions for the Dark Souls board game. Hell yeah. Yeah, there's also a Doom board game and a Doom 3 board game. I want to get both of those, actually. Alright, getting close to the boss fight. And I want to try something on this boss, too, that Akela, I think, actually pointed out on my last playthrough of this. Okay, I can actually get over here. Cool. There's a crystal lizard right over here. Yeah, I don't need Dark Moonstone. Remember, you can hear the crystal lizards before you even see them. So I actually remembered he was there because I heard his little jingle. Alright, so I guess I can probably fall into this plank right here. Grave Robber's Ring. I've never gotten that. What does that do? Let's see. Become harder for black phantoms to detect. That's actually not bad. I'll probably hold on to that one just in case. Holy crap, they've got all those expansions? That's crazy. Huh. He just went right through my attacks. Alright, let's use our shield. I don't want to die here and have to do this over again. Remember, we haven't hit a checkpoint yet, so we have to do all this again if we die. And this is why Demon Souls is, for me, in my opinion, the hardest of the Souls games to get into. If you're playing solo, it's probably a little bit different if you're playing online. The online servers were shut down, but you can actually connect to custom servers. So you have to Google it if you want to try that out sometime. So there's this guy. This is our boss. And apparently we can... Whoa, okay. Let's scoot over a little bit. Probably gonna die. Yeah, so what you want to do is actually just use a sword and then attack the sword that's stuck inside him. And then he falls over and you can attack his weak spot. There we go, just like this. Look at how much damage he does, though. Yeah, there are a lot of fan games like that on the Doom engine. It's really cool stuff. Okay. This is a very good time to warp out. But what I'm going to do is actually use my souls. And I'm going to show you a little trick here for the next area. So before we actually warp back, we're going to switch back over to our bow. And we just fall straight down. Come on down here. You've always arrowed and magic to the head? Well, you did the hard way, Akela. The gut check is way easier. So there's a Grim Reaper down here. We want to kill him. And he kills all the phantoms in the area. For 3,200, 5,500 souls. So this is one of the best grind areas in the game. You come here, get 5,000 plus souls, warp out, warp back, get 5,000 plus souls. Gonna have to buy some more arrows, though. Soul Farming 101. Alright, before we talk to her, let's level up. I mean, not level up, but let's repair stuff is what I want to say.
Do come back.
Oh, I wanted to buy more arrows actually. So, because we are going to use them on this next section. So, buy items, and we will buy 100 arrows. Or 101. That's fine too.
Do come.
Thank you. We are in.
It's extremely difficult, huh? Interesting.
Thou soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted, so the world art thou.
I'm surprised Patches is here, actually, because he's supposed to appear in the Shrine of Storms. I will buy lots of Half Moon Grass, because I've been using him. And we'll get rid of the, these. Everyone has to work together or everyone will lose. That sounds entertaining. Let's fall down here. Uh-oh. Oh, that was close. Nice. I will take that. I haven't had to use one yet, but I will take it. Storied Soldier's Soul, that's good. And, okay, no Stingray. I'm gonna go ahead and switch back to our bow. And we're gonna do this again. So, great little shortcut here. For one, you can just kill the Grim Reaper. You have to be very careful around him when you get close to him, because he's got a projectile that, at this point in the game, will probably kill me almost instantly. So good souls for that, and instead of dealing with these guys, what we can do is just just fall down here. And then there's this right here. So, and actually Patches probably does appear here. There he is. Though, if you talk to him, he kicks you down the hole. Oh, I didn't talk. So he kicks you down anyway, apparently, if you just look at the hole. So there's a phantom here we have to actually destroy. Ooh. Let's play a little bit safer. Jeez. What a prick. Okay. One nice thing about enemies that don't have shields is they don't typically block. So they're actually, you know, they can be more aggressive, but they can also be easier to kill because they don't block.
Oh, did you cleanse the world of another dark god? Has
So I don't know where this guy appears. I actually didn't know about him until my last playthrough, so... And I'm not quite sure how to get that either. You have to drop down, I guess, specifically from the top. And there we go.
You, hello.
I'm really sorry. I didn't mean what I said. There are.
He actually gives you an item. Ring of gas resistance. I already have that.
No.
Give me something better. You know what, Patches? You deserve a fist to the face.
You slimy little wretch. What did I...
Deserve a fist to the face. Alright, second half. Leading to another boss. Half Moon Grass. Alright, there are going to be some stingrays out here. I'm not going to worry about taking out the stingrays for the most part. I think with the Thief Ring, I won't have to worry about them. I think I'm going to kill I'm going to shoot this guy to aggro him. And he should actually just roll off the edge there. This is where knowing what the enemies do is really important. I'm going to snipe the archer. If I can actually hit him. There we go. There we go. And I'm going to aggravate this guy right here. And I'm going to go ahead and use some grass. And I'm going to sit back here and try to poke him like this. Because he's an ass too. And he died. Alright. So I'm also going to aggravate the gold skeletons one by one. And then for these gold skeletons, I like to try to parry them. There we go. Good. Haven't parried in a while, actually. See, look at that. It pushes me to the left. You can actually push yourself right off the cliff. He just knocked off all of my stamina, which is what got me killed. And the fact that I missed my parry. Look at my health. Just look at that. It's crazy. It's not even 50% of your health. It's like 40%. It's crazy. I do have Cling Ring, but it's not equipped right now. And for this next area, I don't think I'm... let's go ahead and do it. I like those extra souls, but... I need to play it safe so I don't have to do this area multiple times. That's the most important part, is not doing this area. This godforsaken area. It's really a terrible area. Roll, 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 roll to your death. Hey Mario, welcome back. Roll, roll, roll. Roll, roll, roll. Roll. What do you mean how they handled the crystal lizards? It's pretty similar. I think the only real difference is that in Demon Souls, you only have a couple of chances. Whereas in Dark Souls, you have pretty much an infinite amount of chances as long as you know, hit a bonfire to make them reappear. Alright, this part's actually a little tricky to deal with. So what I'm going to do is just try to snipe some of these guys from a distance. Okay, there's not one there. There's not one there. There's one on this stairwell right here. And these ones have these laser attacks that are very, very damaging. Okay, good. That's not entirely true, Clifton. I mean, you can go to an Archstone, go to the Nexus, and come back, then they'll respawn. But they only do it 2 or 3 times. And then after you beat a boss, they apparently all respawn again. And then you have 2 or 3 times from there to get them again. Whoa. Where the hell did you come from? Did not see that guy. But yeah, in Dark Souls 1, you don't even have to reload your game. You can just go to a bonfire and they should reset. They should come back. As long as you haven't killed them, obviously. Yeah, so the idea is... You've got these smaller ones here. Holy crap. These ones just catch me off guard all the time. That laser animation's awesome. Alright, so more of those smaller ones are going to appear here. Jeez, it takes me forever to stand back up. I have never died to those ones, but there's a first for everything, and they were knocking me pretty far down. So what I'm going to do is play it safe and use one of my stones. Exploits, Clifton, exploits. That is one thing I like about the series, though, is there are a lot of exploits that are fun to mess around with. Like what Clifton just mentioned. Alright, I don't think there are any enemies here. So we can just run straight through. If you don't have the Thief Ring, you have to really deal with those stingrays. Alright, so there's this Grim Reaper over there. I want to take care of this guy first. Like I said, I'm taking my time. I'd rather take my time and beat the whole area on my first try. Yeah, and so it looks like the Grim Reaper actually makes others appear. So you really want to get rid of the Grim Reaper. And then that gets rid of all of them. Yeah, you automatically get the item. I think Dark Souls Remastered does that too sometimes. I want to say I've done that before, where like they've fallen off and they've killed themselves and I've gotten the item. Alright, you gotta watch out for these white things. Usually I like to just run straight through here, but if you kill the slugs in the area, they have a tendency of dropping sticky white stuff. And they can also drop sucker stones, which I don't really use. But the sticky white stuff is actually a really good item because it imbues your weapon with magic properties, which a lot of bosses are weak to as well. See, sticky white stuff. The base game did that too, okay. Let's get rid of some of these just in case there are other items I need to get. Sucker stone I don't use. I mean, I actually don't use any of these, to be honest with you. Alright, let's get out of here and move on to the boss fight. The boss fight's kind of interesting. He's blind, and so he uses sound to figure out where you are. And since we have the thief ring, it's actually easier to avoid him because, you know, you walk more silently. Oh, nice. Nice, Timu. Hell yeah. I am not Retro Simon. No, I don't have all day, so we're not doing any of that. I mean, I do have all day, but I don't want to spend all day if I can avoid it. So one strategy is to hit him every now and then with some arrows. When he rages like that, he has a tendency of aggroing towards you. See, like that. Oh, I have to get out of here. Okay. Yeah, he's got that area of effect attack, which is really nasty. Any boss with an AoE attack, you need to get away from ASAP. Holy crap. Alright, I'm not going two-handed. Two-handed is too risky. Right away. Got him. No AoE for you, dude. Whew. Couple close calls there. Oh, there's the Grim Reaper from earlier. He fell all the way down. Alright, back to the Nexus. Well, you told me earlier, Timu, on Discord, that your Super Nintendo controller was acting up, so I cared. Alright. Go through the old process. I need one more chunk, then I can go buy regular shards as well. I mean, I could technically upgrade my bow right now and my shields, which probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm not going to worry about it.
I can... Do come.
Thank you.
I don't use the holy arrows. Ronin's ring, I don't really use that. Not a big deal.
We are
Let's
indebted.
level up a lot.
Then
I need some more caffeine.
the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. Art thou done?
Alright, equipment burden 36 out of 62. And look at that. So by unequipping my gauntlets, I can now fast roll even with my bow. So now we're in business, guys. Speaking of which, let's buy some more arrows.
You come back alive.
Hello. You have a heart of gold.
Alright, now we're going to fight the last boss for this area. This is going to be a quick one. Yeah, how do you fabricate it, Timu? I'm curious. Of course I'm still at it. We've only been going for 5 hours. I was expecting this to be a 12-hour long playthrough, but this might end up being a lot shorter. Maybe 8 or 9 hours. Alright, so lots of these guys here. But what we want to do is run down to the end. There's a weapon called the Storm Ruler. Now you can also use your bow and arrow on these guys. Bow and arrows. Some crystal lizards right here. By using the Storm Ruler, we can charge up and hit enemies in the sky. Just like that. Alright, waiting for the boss to appear. The more of these stingrays you get rid of, the easier it is to deal with this section. Alright, there he is. These things do so much damage, it's pretty ridiculous. Come on. Alright, he's coming back. Little time consuming. This boss teaches you how to use your bow, that's for sure. Alright, let's get rid of the storm ruler. Yeah, Marcelo, the bosses are the highlight of the Dark Souls series, if you ask me. If the Dark Souls games didn't have great bosses, I don't think the series would be anywhere near as popular as it was, or is. That said, I would say Demon Souls probably has some of the weakest bosses in the series. But some bosses like the Storm King here are really cool. All right. So since we actually beat an Archdemon, we basically went through an entire level. The fog door at Boletaria is now open. So if I wanted to do the second half of Boletaria, I could. But I'm not going to. So the next area is going to be the Valley of Defilement. Favorite... I don't really have a single favorite boss. Too many good bosses, Clifton. Yeah, I can't name one. It's like saying, what's your... Well... What's your favorite Castlevania? Out of like 25 different Castlevanias. Although, I mean, it is Super Castlevania 4, but I mean, aside from that, you know what I mean, right? Like, yeah. No, too many bosses to name. Too many good bosses. I can't just name one.
You come back.
Thank you.
Oh, no, actually, I want to take those back. Okay.
We thank you.
Okay. Alright, I'm going to take some arrows back, too, because this area, I'm going to be using a lot of them. Lots and lots of arrows.
We are indebted.
Alright, I'm going to level up, then go use the bathroom, get another drink. I definitely need to be caffeinated.
Life's ether. Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength. Art thou done?
Alright, so I might be able to re-equip those now, and, still fast roll. Nope. We're so close. Yeah, 36 out of 68. Ugh. I have to bring my equipment burden up to, over 72. Would you like some of my sticky white stuff? That sounds gross. I'm gonna buy some more grass, too. Lady Maria. She's, yeah, I know who you're talking about. She's that swordsman lady, or spearsman, I don't know. Okay. So yeah, like I said, I'm gonna go take a quick break, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. So, we're making really good progress. We're gonna go to the Valley of Defilement next, and then once we finish that, we can go kill the Flame Lurker, and then Man-Eaters, and then we're on the last stretch of the game after that. So, good progress. We could have this done in a few hours if we keep this pace up. Bido isn't a boss in R-Type. Bido is the alien race or species that's trying to take over the universe. Yeah, there's no way in hell I can name the best boss ever. I know some of you guys probably don't like me being vague like that, but I mean, it is what it is. Too many bosses in video games to name the best one. Yeah, exactly, Clifton. That's kind of how I feel about it. I feel like if you can really lock in like a single boss like that, you probably haven't played that many video games. Or so, I mean, no offense or anything. I'm just saying, to be so firm on something like that is it's kind of like a foreign concept to me. But if you name what just first comes to mind, then it's, I mean, is it really your favorite? Or is it really the hardest boss? Or is it really the best boss? Or is it really the greatest music? Or whatever the topic is. Yeah, that's why I don't like to play those games. I think they're... yeah, I don't think they're that interesting. Well, it's also why, you know, my answer is always like, oh, I can't really. I haven't seen that before. It's why my answers are always like, I can't name one. Sorry. Alright, so we need to be really careful at this place. Lots of instant death scenarios. Lots of frustrating moments. Okay. Psycho Mantis, yeah. Alright, I do have to be really careful here because it's easy to get ganged up on. That's funny, Clifton. Yeah, I'm totally there with you, man. I'm not really into conversation topics like that. Topics like that fall into the how is the weather category or kind of conversation. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's not interesting conversation. Whoever the writers decide to win. Exactly. Whoa there. Boss, where the hell did you come from? Oh, I'm trying to switch my weapons. Always takes a little while for me to get used to the bow controls again. I'm gonna pour some more Diet Coke. Well, I would time you out, but it'll time you out for like 10 minutes, so I'm not gonna do it. Here's a topic. What's your favorite gameplay and talk let's play? I can get behind naming favorites of those. And some jackass is gonna be like, none! They all suck! They're terrible. Office pulls the too many card. I do have too many. I think I have over 300 Let's Plays. And I have over 200 live streams I found out last week. You know, yep, I knew there was someone there. Yeah, when you go to your inventory, enemies don't stop. You have to be really careful about that. My Super Castlevania 4 Let's Play with my brother, really? That's an old Let's Play now. Jeez, almost 7 years old. Alright, we're getting close to our boss here. And then this lady.
Won't you buy something? My
poor child is hungry. Oh, it's not. I don't even see a child. The rotten arrows might be of use, but I don't know, it's all too expensive.
Curses opted.
Oh, shut up, lady. Alright, these rats can be kind of annoying. Because they can give you the plague. And I caught the plague. Thanks, rats. Ass cloud. I do have a question for some of you guys here. Do you know how to access this shortcut? That is something I have not figured out yet. Alright, so this big ogre, I want to try to just aggro him from a distance. You asked me a couple years ago. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people haven't played Demon Souls in a while. Still making good progress here, though. We're getting close to the boss fight. And I don't think we'll have much trouble at the boss itself, but you do still have to be pretty careful, so he can do a lot of damage. Those big ogres are really frustrating later on. Yeah, if a Demon Souls remake does happen, I hope they change up a lot of the areas too. Maybe make the worlds more interconnected like in other Souls games. Or expand upon, you know, the world lineup. Like if you look at the world tendencies, there's a 6th stone that's shattered. I guess you can't really do anything with that. So maybe adding like a 6th area. Well, we don't know if it's supposed to be happening, Clifted. It's all rumors at this point. It's rumored to be happening, but we don't know. There hasn't been any sort of official announcement. I hope that a Bloodborne 2 happens. Alright, so you could try to snipe the guy from up top, but he actually replenishes his health if you do that. Alright, let me switch to better grass. Now this is where like a ring of poison resistance would come in handy. But I actually don't have it. I put it away. Yeah, if they announce a Bloodborne 2, I would definitely sign up for a PS5 right away. Yeah, he keeps bringing his health back. So I had to get up close. So look at that, it's crazy. Got him. That was fast. There's a Bloodborne board game on the way. Seriously? Oh man, that sounds awesome. There's a Bloodborne card game. The more you know. I didn't think I could level up yet. Yeah. Ah, just barely.
I shall await thine return. I am.
I
Yeah, still no more chunks.
do come back.
Alright, we still have plenty of arrows.
Thank. Oh,
Alright, this second half of Valley of Defilement is pretty long. It's actually quite long. So we have to be extra careful here. And actually what I'm going to do is,
we are in.
for one, equip the Ring of Avarice again so we get more souls. But I'm going to also take some arrows back because we're going to be using a lot of arrows here. Oh, that's it, huh? Okay.
We are in debt.
Might as well buy some arrows then. Persona 5 is awesome. Cool.
Do come back up.
I barely have any room for items and whatnot. Let's go to Patches, buy some grass. Hey man, you want some of that high quality grass? Yeah, man.
Nice stuff.
Nice stuff, eh? Alright, we're gonna be perpetually poisoned down here as well. Alright, so this over here, that's our shortcut. We don't access it until we've gone through the whole area. Now there is a ring you can get over here, which is a health replenishment ring, which can kind of balance out the poison. So there we go, we're poisoned. You can't dodge roll in here either. If you try to dodge roll, you do this. So do not try to dodge roll if you're attacking enemies. The enemies will take advantage of you being stunned. I did, Micah. I also bought another copy a couple weeks later. Alright, so what I'm going to do is actually... Well, there's actually a phantom we can fight here. He's not really a phantom, he's just an NPC that tries to kill you. It'll overburden me. It's okay. I don't think there's really anything too important here. There he is. Easy, no shield. Alright, so I'm gonna actually kind of go back the regular way. Yeah, man, I went back into the fray after watching Solid Nate beat the game. And I beat it myself, and then immediately after I went back and did a second playthrough. So I've beaten the game twice now. This will be my third completion in the last week and a half. Yeah, and that'll wrap up all the Souls games for us on my channel. Until I inevitably play through Sekiro. It's 10 years old. Actually, it's 11 years old, Marcelo. And we're playing on PS3. It's only on PS3. Alright, so for these guys, I'm just gonna get rid of them. Interestingly about these enemies is that they don't respawn. So these are one-time enemies. I have no feelings about the Final Fantasy VII Remake because I barely played the original Final Fantasy VII. I will not be buying it. I always told myself if I want to do Final Fantasy VII, I'll just play the original. Which I haven't gotten around to yet. He's greater than Final Fantasy? I mean, they're two pretty different types of role-playing games. I do love me some classic East, though. I haven't played any of the new ones. Outside of the Oath and Felghana remake, which isn't really a new one anymore. It's kind of old at this point. That's actually something I hope to do on this stream sometime later this year. Man, if I have enough time tonight, I might have to fire up some Mario Maker 2. I bought that last night at Best Buy. East 8 is really good, Clifton says. Yes, I'm not really bothering to pick up many of these items. I just want to get rid of these things so I don't have to worry about them in case I die and have to do this over again. And that's the plan. I actually thought about doing that, Akela, is firing up my Wii U version and just remapping the levels, you know, block for block. Maybe tweaking them a little bit. Mario's playing Mario 3. Oh yes, Ghosts and Demons on consoles. Like, Capcom, please hire the guy. Or don't even hire the guy, just be like, we'll pay you for your game. You can keep your game free, but we want to release it on consoles. It's such a good game. But Akela, this is why you need a PC, man. You can just download Ghosts and Demons instead of begging for it on consoles. So what I want to do is, like, trigger these guys one by one so I can take on that ogre by himself. I wonder if he'll get stuck like those guys did. Please get stuck, please get stuck. Shoot. Alright, I just want to run past him. Hate fighting those guys. Those are some of my least favorite enemies in this entire game, to be honest with you. They're really terrible enemies. And the big problem is that, like, you know, you have just a tiny bit of space to fight them on. Otherwise, you're in the swamp, you're getting poisoned, and you can't dodge roll, and it's really bad. Probably going to invest in a power PCs, or proper PC, or power PCs, so you can run Half-Life Alyx. Very nice. I need to use my Oculus Rift, man. I haven't used it in about 6 months. I love it, but I'm so wrapped up in, you know, console stuff and some PC stuff. Some non-VR stuff, I mean. Alright, we got these insects. A little aggravating to deal with, so I just want to use my bow and arrow. Have to be careful not to fall off, otherwise we have to run all the way around, just like that. I mean, if you get a computer, Akela, you'll find much more reason, or many more games to play than just those. And especially if you're just focusing on like homebrew stuff, there is so much out there. It's ridiculous. Ah, such a waste of time. Look at this. Man, if I didn't have such a soft spot for my Phenom 2 PC from 10 years ago, I would just give it to you. You could play all that stuff. But I've got to hold on to it. I need to go towards the center to figure out where I am. I feel like I might be going backwards. Oh, what the hell? Oh, hell no. I have never seen that before. There are 4 big ogres over there. Screw that nonsense. Oh, I know. I'm not dealing with it. I just want to get through this area. And I'm totally lost, by the way, because I've never fallen off like that. See, this is where your areas... Oh, geez, I'm all the way down. Whoa. Falling off was actually beneficial. Sort of. This is where we need to be, actually. That's funny. Let me make sure there's no one behind me. Did I trigger him? Okay, I did not. I want to kill this guy right there. Notice that I'm not really locking onto them. I'm just kind of running around them. Seems to be the best strategy. Wait for them to swing, and then you can start attacking them. Good. Alright, let's go ahead and use one of these. Alright, there's a whole area you can go to over there. I'm not going to bother with it. This is kind of our last stretch. And our sales lady is going to be here.
Finished already? I only want my...
Yeah, definitely, Leo. I'm gonna pretty much skip all these items because my item burden is just too great right now. I can't really pick anything up. And I'm not too worried about souls because I'll get good souls for beating the bosses. Well, I mean, they could always, you know, remove that, Akela. What enemy is that, by the way? Well, when you decide to get one, Akela, reach out to me before you just buy something random. Because you don't want to be buying junk. You want to get something with a decent GPU in it, graphics processing unit, video card, basically. Yeah, just reach out to me when the time comes. We'll get you on the right track. You don't need like a couple $1,000 computer, but you don't want like a $400 laptop either. Oh, the Manticore boss. Where does that come from? It's just Magic Sword, right? Or something like that? I mean, that's a Capcom game, though. I assume it comes from a Capcom game. Alright, that's our boss door. But we need to open up the shortcut first. Ghosts and Demons might be ported to Mister. Interesting. Oh, I did not want to drop down. Okay, we're on the right track now. This is the trek to the shortcut. Just need to make sure I don't die along the way. chunk of faint stone. Okay. Alright, just kick this down. And now we go back. So we're actually pretty much done with this whole area. We just have 2 bosses to fight. Just like the last level we were at, it's just 2 bosses back to back. There are a ton of items we can get in this area, but I'm not really too stressed out over it. I'm not going to bother. This next boss is pretty easy. But we're going to equip some turpentine to make it a little bit easier. And I like to use it before I go into the boss room. And that's it. Alright, so I am not going to return to the Nexus because the next boss fight is right here. Okay, I can't go up there. I didn't think I could. And I can just fall straight down like that. And fall straight down here. Alright, I need to be careful here because I actually died here last time and then lost like 60,000 souls. I don't want that to happen this time. And if you've played Dark Souls 3 but not Demon Souls, you will recognize 2 of these characters that we're about to kill.
Leave us, Slayer of Demons. This is a sanctuary for the lost and wretched. There is nothing here for you to pillage or plunder.
Alright, Crystal Lizard here.
Leave quietly.
Oh, come on, Crystal Lizard. Alright, whatever we do, we don't want to fall into that swamp area because there are these red baby things that'll come up and grab you. And they do it in very high numbers. And that's how I got screwed the last time I played this. But I've got a cheese strat. We're just gonna cheese it. I want some Cheez-Its now. Yeah, I'm gonna sit right about here. And like the previous boss, or the first boss in this area, she's gonna heal herself, but I've got enough arrows to where I can just do this all day. And I don't want to attack her her friend there because, or her guardian, because he looks like he's buffed. And I think his buff goes away after I kill her. It would actually help if I had upgraded my bow.
have mercy. Is not your abandonment of us punishment enough? How long must we weather this cruel fate?
As long as I have arrows. And I've got plenty of arrows. This is...
Cruel Lord. What more can you possibly take from us? Dear Lord, you are too cruel. You have abandoned us. Is that not punishment enough?
No, looks like he's still buffed.
You will not turn back, will you? I shall let no harm come to those Destroyer. May you rot in the deepest depths of this swamp.
Trying to parry him, but it's tough. There we go.
How dare you? You abandoned us long ago. What right do you have? We live humble lives. Leave us be.
I did not, because I'm too focused on this guy. Oh, he got around that parry. I have never seen that. Ugh. Tough. Yeah, see, those are the babies. Only 46. Not worth it. Caught the plague. Great. I have not, no. So if you're trying to play with pyromancy, and maybe even some miracles, you do need some boss souls. So if you're trying to do a pyro build in particular, you don't want to use all these boss souls. But since I'm not messing around with pyromancy, that's why I'm just using them and cashing them out. Actually, I'm going to keep all those just in case I keep dying at some of these bosses. So now that we've done that, we're going to actually... I don't need those anymore. I don't think I need that anymore. Yeah, since we finished Valley of Defilement, I'm pretty much good to go. And I can... go for the Man-Eaters and the Flame Lurker. And speaking of which, let me actually deposit some arrows so I free up some space. And then I'll take these back later.
We are in.
I...
You kill him first, Lady Estrella commits suicide. Really? Interesting.
Do come back.
Thou soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. Art thou done? Main...
Oh, good stuff, eh?
Okay, we're gonna do the Flame Lurker first. No, dude, I was focused on the boss. Yeah, no, I didn't see it. I was focused on the boss because he could kill me in like 2 hits. But yeah, I'll have to check the replay for that though. That sounds pretty funny. Yeah, so we're just gonna run past all these guys. And then we're gonna dodge roll down here. Fall there, fall there. I've done this so many times, by the way. Fall here. And we fall here. Now, if I'm late, I can actually run and then hopefully land on here and fail. But we got some crystal lizards right here. One of them disappeared. Large shard, chunk of hardstone. Great. That means we're actually on our way to upgrading our sword again. That's a good point. They might attack him. I would like to try that, but I can't now. Okay, don't want to fall down there. I do want to fall down here. And here. And here. And sure, here. Alright, to the boss. It's actually a weapon over there, but I'm not going to bother with it. I do want my sticky white stuff, though. Because it's actually good against this boss. And actually, let me pop it in this slot right here. And let's do some late moon grass. I will actually probably use the late moon grass for this fight. Full moon grass, thank you. Alright, let's see how this goes. This guy is really fast. So, for an early boss fight in the game, he's actually really challenging. But what I want to do is try to dodge roll past him. See, this is, you can see where the camera just gets in your way. It's really aggravating. It's one of the things that makes some of these boss fights so difficult. We got him, first try. This is why I like to save him for later. It's so much easier. Yeah, he is a tough one, Nate. But yeah, if you save him for later, he's a lot easier. And by this point in the game, you can fast roll without unequipping your armor. Speaking of which, I could probably re-equip my gauntlets. Nope, fat rolling. Alright, so we're gonna actually go back because it's possible I might lose these souls on this Dragon God boss.
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether.
Oh, I still can't level up again. Just barely. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna actually go back and buy some shards. Because I think I can upgrade my sword again. That'll help us out a lot. I'm just gonna spend most of my money on shards. It's okay. And I have to go back to the Nexus anyway, in order to warp to the Flame Lurker Archstone. And you know what I might actually do is warp to the Spider Archstone, because I can go get some of those crystal lizards again.
It's simple in truth.
Oh, actually, I just made a big boo-boo. I can't upgrade. I don't have any souls. Ugh.
Wait.
Yeah, I was stupid. I used up my souls. That's okay, we'll do it later. So let me warp back to the Spider Archstone. Yeah, if you go and try to fight the Flame Lurker as your second, if you go Boletaria, then Stonefang Tunnel, and you try to fight the Flame Lurker, then it's super difficult. I don't recommend it. Cool, large shard. Oh, come on. I'm just trying to run past you. Help a man out here. It is actual PS3 hardware. I don't know why people keep asking that. I've gotten that question 1,000 times on Twitch. It's like, does this look like it's emulated? Would it look so terrible if I was emulating it? Probably not. If you emulate Demon Souls, you do 60 FPS, higher resolutions. Yes, it's real hardware. Real PS3 hardware. Magical stuff. Please don't disappear on me. No, 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 come back. Ugh, thank you. The image is small on your phone or laptop. Fair enough, I guess. But also feel free to read the description, guys. I'm pretty sure I have it in the description. So, let's see. Played on a PS3. It's in the very first sentence of the description. Did you get that question a lot too, Nate? I don't know why, like... I mean, I'm not trying to give Patrick a hard time specifically, but he's far from the first person to ask it. You know, through all my streams of Demon Souls. It's just... Apparently it's a popular thing to emulate Demon Souls. Apparently playing on real PS3 hardware is, it's a mythical thing these days. Oh, with the NES and stuff? Yeah. Dude, I've gotten that question so many times too. Like, nope. I'm using real hardware and I'm using upscalers and stuff like that. I prefer the question, like, posed as... posed in the way of, like, how are you recording this? And then I can be like, okay. I'm using a real PS3 with a capture card, blah, blah, blah. Or I'm playing on a Sega Genesis through RGB and upscaler and blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, no, Demon Souls can be emulated great, yeah. Absolutely. Alright, so this boss is another puzzle boss. I knew that was gonna happen. Where did that crystal lizard go? No, you're going the wrong way! So yeah, there's a crystal lizard right there. What you need to do is watch this guy's face. You notice that his eyes are yellow? And when he sees you, he gets aggravated and they turn red and then he attacks you. There's a big sword you can get to the left, but I never figured out how to do it. There you go, so it's yellow. Did I mention I don't like this boss very much? This is another reason to come here late, because if I came here early, he would be killing me in one hit. He's much easier if you come here late. He is pissed. Yeah, just watch his eyeballs. You sound like my cat when she's hungry. Chunk of clearstone. Don't need it. Yeah, so the idea is to basically fire it off both these spears, which like locks the boss into place, and then you can go hit him a couple times to finish him off. So very easy boss once you figure it out. This boss gave me hell the first couple times I played it. I thought it was the dumbest thing. And it is kind of dumb, honestly, because of how frustrating it is when you first try to play it. But once you figure it out, it's not really bad. I do recommend coming here towards the end of the game. If you come here early, it's way harder. You die so much faster. You'll notice that he occasionally breathes out fumes here. Those fumes will hurt you. And there we go. Alright, back to the Nexus. You notice that the Nexus music has changed.
Hi.
Alright, our longsword's at +8, which is probably where it's going to remain. So at this point, I can go ahead and just try to upgrade my bow. Although I actually got this quality compound short bow, I should probably equip that.
Do come back a lot.
Let's see. No, I didn't get one. Okay, that's weird.
Hi.
Guess that's just one of the upgrades you can do. Alright, I need some more hardstone shards. We have to go back here again. Get the DBS. What is that? I guess some kind of sword. Now, if I could figure out which crystal lizards gave me chunks, I can go back and grind out on them, but I'm not going to do that.
Alex, you're lucky there is me and no one.
Dragon Bone Smasher. Okay, yeah, I have not gotten that before. Alright, so my bow's upgraded. Holy crap, I can still do it again. My bow's at... Okay. Wow. So my bow has been upgraded quite a bit, which is good, which will help us out on this next area.
Thou's the soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted. Art thou done?
I need one more upgrade on my stamina to be able to fast roll. That's fine. The Dragon Bone Smasher might have been the weapon that appears at that boss fight. I couldn't figure out how to get it the other day when I was playing this on my last run. Alright, let's take item. We do have... I'll go ahead and take the sticky white stuff. I'll take some of the... I'll just take all these back. And that's it. So I don't have any turpentines. Interesting. I must have bought quite a few on my last playthrough. Whew. I'm going to take back all my arrows.
You have a heart.
I'm going to buy more arrows.
Do come.
Alright, next thing we have to do is fight the man-eaters. This boss kind of sucks. Yeah, we're not messing around much with the world tendency on this playthrough. It's not something I've really experimented with too much, but it is a pretty cool feature of the game. So there's our world tendency. It's actually quite light world tendency overall. Notice that most of the worlds are glowing, whereas Tower of Latria, which we're on, is not glowing yet. Probably because we killed some people, and we haven't beaten the boss yet either. So, but this is going to be the run to the boss. And probably one of the more annoying runbacks to a boss fight. It's just tedious. It's time consuming. So we just roll up here. But after this, we basically go to the last area of the game, and then we're done. So we could totally have this game finished around the 8-hour mark, which is a lot faster than I had anticipated. I wasn't sure if I could beat the game in even, you know, 2 streams, let alone 1. This boss that we're coming up to is the most annoying in the whole game, if you ask me. And these guys we're going to have to deal with again are tough. These guys right here. Dodge roll. If you get stunned by that attack, you're pretty much gonna get one shot. You're gonna die. Because they come up to you and basically suck your insides out. Well, yeah, Kazuya. I mean, yeah, we basically have. Alright, let's switch over to Late Moon Grass. 6.5 hours, and I've taken breaks. So, the idea for this boss fight is to kill this first one really fast. Stay away from the edges because they can knock you off. Come on, fall down. Here's the second one. He's coming in. Where are you? Oh, that was very close. I almost fell off. Alright, first one's down. Now you can sometimes use your arrows here if you want to get a couple extra hits in for free. I'm not gonna be messy. Let's see, look at them. They like to stay high up into the air. As you can see, this is why I save these guys for later on. They're so much easier to deal with. Sniped him for the win. Suck it, man eaters. Alright, so I can probably do this next part without going back to the Nexus. But yes, this is why I save some of these bosses for last. Because if you try to fight them early, they are way, way, way more challenging. Oh, and it's very, very, very frustrating. It's basically loading a cutscene. And more of these guys. There they are. These guys are very strong. And there we go. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt a lot. See? That's what I'm talking about. Hey, hey, Red. And again. Alright, boss time. Let's go ahead and use that sticky white stuff again. Let's stick with Full Moon Grass. This is like a PvP fight. From what I understand, and some of you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if you were playing online back in the day, they would basically pair you up with a real human opponent. Alright, so you gotta watch out for this guy's balls that he summons. Because they will shoot you. They'll shoot straight at you, and they actually do a lot of damage. Just like that. Alright, that's it. Alright, on to the last stretch of the game. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Stream's going well, Red. We've pretty much done everything in the game that we need to do, except for this last part coming up.
That soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdraw out thou.
I've not.
So he doesn't sell turpentine or turpentine. So let's just buy a bunch of full moon grass. This gives us most of our hit points back. Oh, and actually what I wanted to do is switch over to heavy arrows too.
Well?
Do come.
Hello again.
Alright, hopefully now I can equip my gauntlets without fat rolling. Yes, finally. It only took us the entire playthrough. Speaking of entire playthrough, we're gonna go on a murderous rampage in Demon Souls. Please, YouTube, do not demonetize me, YouTube.
Thanks to you. Now, if you are...
Oh, so this is where he appears. Cool. So he can teach you miracles. Yeah, and it requires some boss souls for some of them.
Yes, I see.
I appreciate the offer, but...
What are you doing?
I've got killing to do. Oh, I aggroed him too, huh? Oh yeah, no, this will definitely be the fastest I've beaten this game, Red. It'll overburden me. Great. All those arrows. And that's it. So if I had freed a bunch of other guys in the game, they would have appeared at the Nexus, but... Although there is a second floor you can go to. Let's go up.
I can see that you have killed in the past. No one can blame you for that. Demon, perhaps a knight like you... I want you to kill Sage Frake. You will be rewarded. Do we have a reason?
Sure. And
Are you
okay.
mad?
I've never seen her
A
before.
fool such as you is a rare thing.
Parrying dagger. So that Black Knight we had freed earlier, and I killed right away. He appears over here. Right here. But he's not here because I killed him. And, you know, there's a whole quest line or side quest you can mess around with him. But if you leave him around too long, he starts offing people in the Nexus. So if you're trying to do other quests, you gotta be careful about him.
You have a heart of...
Oh, okay. Oh, wrong one. Sorry, Bolletarian. Alright, so that fog door we could not go through before, we can go through now. Actually, I know one reason I did that is I wanted to buy some heavy arrows, but I totally forgot. It's okay, we'll do it later. Okay, there are gonna be some dogs over here. There we go. So this, you know, if you wait to do this area last, it's really not too bad to deal with. I'm gonna try to dodge roll through that. I wasn't able to. I might have been able to, but I mistimed it. It's gonna be another cutscene right here, and we just skip it. So basically, those gates ahead are closed on us. We have to infiltrate it from another side. Cannot carry. I'm really curious now. I don't want to get rid of some of these arrows, but I guess I have to. Eh, whatever. I'm so powerful now, I can just sort of slop my way through this. I'm just gonna fall down here. Should be a ninja right behind me, I think. Yep, right here. Maybe a thief, maybe an assassin, I don't know. We'll call him a ninja. I'm not gonna bother exploring around here too much. It's, you know, what I really care about is just killing the enemies. Getting through this relatively quickly. Gonna be another one of these guys right there. Yep. Another boulder I wasn't paying attention to. Alright, for this part right here, I'm gonna just snipe these guys. Slow but effective. Come on. No, Nate, you have to beat all 5 archdemons, I believe, to actually go to the end of the game. But you can beat just the second area, then come to this second half of Boletaria. But the boss at the end of this isn't the final boss of the game. But he's so strong, it's recommended you come here later. But you still have to go through all the areas in the game and beat the archdemons at the end of each level.
Hope you find.
He's got turpentine. I'll go ahead and buy a bunch of that. Some of the bosses here are definitely weak against fire. Boom. And a good parry to you, sir. Hey, it's you. Ring of Keys. That's actually really good. We need that. Making good progress here. Whoops. I almost did not see you. So we got ourselves a spear guy. Oh no, it's a sword guy. Lots of full moon grass. I will take that. I'm gonna come down here.
Soul-starved soldiers are after me. In the name of all that is...
Alright, so we have to save Ostrava again.
Thank you for rescuing me.
Oh, nice, Red. You got a PS2? Hell yeah. Such a good system. Everyone should own a PS2. Alright, so I got keys. And, I think I got the keys I need to unlock this one guy. So we're gonna come back here and check that. If we did, then it's gonna make this next boss fight way easier. Seems to be a running theme with this playthrough. Making things way easier. Don't think you were supposed to spawn this far back, but okay. Yep, that was it. Yeah, I'll probably demonstrate that. Did you do that, Nate? I remember mentioning it to you. It's not too much farther from here. Oh, you've never done it? Okay. I'll show you then. Assuming I can do it. Let's unequip my arrows. I need to actually... Oops, not my bow, my arrows. Okay, I think that's a huge shield, and I don't really need that. So, one thing you have to do in order to free the witch is you have to kill one of those ha guys and then take their hat. So I have to make sure that I'm not overburdened so I can take their hat. The Pariah, welcome to the stream. Hey, thanks, Rad. I appreciate it. Yep. Yeah, I'll show you, Nate. Actually, one of those guys we've already killed might give us one. Yep, there it is. I don't think I have the key yet, but I'm gonna come down here anyway. No, it is the key. Cool. Alright, so what we have to do is come through here and then equip the official's hat. And then the next official that we run into confuses us for one of them and lets us into an area where we're not supposed to be. Alright, now we have to take the hat off. Otherwise, she'll give us a different line of dialogue.
Heavens, you came to save me. Thank you. With a little...
Okay. So, we basically just exhaust her dialogue. And she'll appear at the Nexus, and she sells you some really good pyromancy. So this is one reason you might want to come here early in the playthrough, is to free her to get the pyromancy. But we're not messing around with that. And some of her pyromancy requires boss souls. You need to make sure that you don't use some of your boss souls. One of them is the Dragon God soul. Prices are starting to go up on PS2, Red, but there's still a lot of really, really cheap stuff on it. Yeah, so great system to have. And then you can play PS1 games too.
This now.
Oh yeah, I told you about that path, Nate. But I think it kind of went over your head when you were streaming. Oh, wait, what? Okay, I have to re-equip my arrows. There we go. Yeah, I do remember telling you about that. Gotta turn that low latency on, man. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, now you know. Next time you go back, you'll know to do it. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why you might come here early, so you can take out, or do that section and free her early. Three of my favorite enemies. Look at how much damage they do. Hey. It's not frustrating in the slightest. I think Patrouille has a resemblance to Doom Guy. Okay, so we're gonna use the turpentine, or turpentine. And this boss should be a piece of cake, because our buddy that we just rescued is gonna help us out. There we go. Okay. This guy's a lot like the Onion Knights in later games. He basically goes to sleep after he does a fight. Alright, let's return to the Nexus. Might take a quick break here in a minute to use the restroom again. Oh, let's see if she's here. Let's see if she came back. There she is.
Hello again. But what? Are you certain?
Yeah, so I can't do any of these because they all require boss souls, but apparently Firestorm is amazing in this. Like, it can kill the man-eaters in one hit.
I can...
All right.
Do come.
All right, so what I'm going to do is just do Vitality, boost my health bar. And then I'm going to buy...
No Encaste.
Let's go talk to Patches up top.
Well?
Oh, I might not be able to use heavy arrows? I might need a better bow to use heavy arrows. I didn't realize that.
Hello.
The more you know.
You have a heart of gold.
Okay, so like I said, I am going to use the bathroom real quick, go take a quick break, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Alright guys, last stretch. Just gonna use our arrows. This guy does not want to fall down. Alright, there are gonna be a couple of black phantoms here. And so I like to try to trigger these guys from a distance, one by one. This guy can't even block arrows. Ah, crap. As you can see, he likes to dodge roll. With guys that don't have shields, I try to time an attack as they run towards me, and I just basically smack them and then just keep a chain going. This chick has arrows, unfortunately. This guy's a bit of a pain, too. He's got this big-ass shield. Parrying him is really difficult to do as well. You know, I'm at the point where I don't even really care about my souls anymore. I'm pretty much just capped out. Wow, you guys really made my life easy today. That's crazy. Normally they're a pain. Very difficult to deal with. There's a crystal lizard right here. Alright, there's a red-eyed knight right around this corner. And there are some assassins or ninjas up top, whatever you want to call them. And some archers up top. Good parry. Alright, this part is quite tricky. It's another dragon. It's that dragon from earlier, actually. Remember that area where we saw 2 dragons perched? Well, this was the one on the top corner. So I'm trying this store brand Dr. Pepper ripoff. Instead of Dr. Pepper, it's called Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob. It's actually pretty good. I'm surprised. And yeah, this damn part. So what I would normally do is snipe this dragon from a distance. But I'm gonna try to run past. Look at how much damage that did. Alright, and the dragon actually will fly backwards. Oh, look at that frame rate drop. Yeah, so on my last playthroughs what I did is I sniped the dragon, and it took a long time. The perfect viewing on your lunch break, right on. Getting close to the boss. And this is Ostrava, he actually died. Nope. And we actually need this too. Did I not see him there? Did I run right past him? I don't know. But that gave me the mausoleum key, which... Remember that first red-eyed knight we fought in the very beginning of the game? Well, he was right in front of the mausoleum. And this is the longest elevator ride in video game history. At least it feels like it. Alright, boss time. Still faster than Metal Gear cutscene. I think anything's faster than a Metal Gear cutscene. Oh crap, area of effect attack. Run! He's got a huge area of effect attack. That dragon's still outside shaking the damn screen. I wish I killed the dragon now, just to make the screen stop shaking. Run. Look at that, still hit me. can be so aggressive. Alright, oh! You need to dodge this because he actually sucks away your levels, so I just lost a level. Which would be ironic if like that made me not be able to fast roll. Oh, and again. Yeah, now I'm fat rolling. He downgraded my levels to where I'm fat rolling now. Frustrating. Suck it. Casual games now. Thanks, Trevor student. It's always a tough fight, because I always do so little damage. And that's pretty much it. We're gonna warp out to the end, and basically beat the game. Yeah, very close. I always have close calls in that boss fight. It's a tough boss. I do not believe you get your sucked souls back. I don't think so. Yeah, and what's sad about that attack is that it's so easy to avoid. All you have to do is just run backwards. That's it. But I was trying to dodge roll to the left and right. So So if I talk to the maiden now, she will not let me level up. So I'm basically stuck with whatever I've got. And the rest of the game is pretty much a cakewalk. There's pretty much no challenge. We've essentially just beaten the game. But what I am going to do is I'm going to do something real quick before we actually finish the game. It's sad that it's already over. It's already over. Yeah, and you know what? I've only died a couple times in the playthrough. How many times have I died, guys? Like 2? Maybe 3 times? Pretty smooth playthrough, I would say. So what we're doing here is going to the mausoleum. Plans for more games after this? Not on this stream, no. But I will go live on Twitch. I might try to fire up some Mario Maker 2. Because I bought that last night. I'm gonna parry you. I'm gonna parry you. Okay, not worth the parry. Alright, there we go. So this is the old king.
Thou who seeketh the king's sword. I am the old king. Show me thine strength.
No, my Twitch is different. Okay, hold on a second.
Thyself, brave knight.
Ah, shit. Alright, hold on. I'll type it out in a second. So we need to basically prove ourselves to this guy, then we can get ourselves a sword. A pretty good sword, apparently. The damage it does is based on certain character tendencies, apparently. Holy crap! Run! You get the key from Ostrava, that knight that you've been saving, that you've been rescuing all throughout your playthrough. So you get him right before the Old King Alant boss fight. That last boss we just fought. You get the key right before that. Yeah, no, you get it from the knight. He's sitting on the stairs before that boss we fought.
I am old King Doran, and thou hast proven thine strength to me. Go forth and take the king's sword in thine hand.
So, yeah, the sword that we get, it's for me, it's kind of useless because it depends on, I guess, your build and whatnot. But if you get this sword along with another sword at the end of the game and then start a new game plus, the combination of the two apparently does really good damage or something like that. I haven't experimented with it too much. But yeah, if you want to do that, you have to come here with that mausoleum key. And actually what I'm going to do is just, because I don't really need to do anything else, Shard of Archstone, warp back to the Nexus, and we're going to go beat the game. So now you can actually kill the old king right there, and I don't know if he gives you anything special. But as you can tell, he's got a lot of hit points, and he takes quite a long time to take out. So we need to talk to her now.
Let us.
I'll go ahead and let these play out since we're pretty much at the very end of the game now. Man, that was a fast 8 hours. It did not feel like I've been playing for 8 hours. I can see my house from here. Why the sad face, Trevor student?
Old one, I have brought thee what thou wishest, thy new demon. Come now, be good.
By the way, this has the most lame final boss of the entire series, by far. This part's pretty cool. But once you see what the actual final boss is, you're gonna laugh. So there's an Archstone here. I'm gonna try something. I don't think returning to the Nexus is gonna do me any good. I don't think I can level up. I mean, it could also be GPU, Trevor student. There's a lot of factors. And she's nowhere to be found. It's a bummer. Yeah, so you can't use the souls until you do New Game Plus, then beat the first boss. But you can run around here. There's not really anything to do. I think I just run into an invisible wall eventually. or blocks I, for some reason, cannot hop over.
Let us proceed below to its lair.
Of your choice. You are our first visitor. May you be welcome here. Surely you have seen for yourself the suffering that fills this world. But fate poison with poison. God is merciful. So created the old one. You feed on our souls and put an end to our tragic realm of existence. Don't you understand? No one wishes to go on.
There's the Soul Brand. So we got the Demon Brand and the Soul Brand. And now we have one of two choices. We can either walk out, or we can kill the maiden.
Thine work is done.
I think I'm gonna go for the latter.
Slayer of demons, go back above. The Nexus shall imprison thee no longer. I shall lull the old one back to slumber.
Doo 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 doo. Wow, one hit. Jeez. You could use some level ups, lady. Maybe in your next life you'll have some eyeballs. So this is a tradition with Souls games.
Powerful demon by its side. And before long, the world will be engulfed by the deep fog. Bring more souls.
There you go. That is Demon Souls. Did not think I would finish that in 8 hours. I thought it was gonna take like a whole 12 at the very least. Yeah, definitely my shortest Souls game playthrough. Now I just want to go play Dark Souls on stream now. But I'm not going to. I did that 2 weeks ago. I did a Soul Level 1 run on Dark Souls Remastered. Bloodborne's Insight, yes. Oh, man. Okay, so just for anybody curious, the archive of this is going to go live probably halfway through next week. Because I am posting a new Let's Play tomorrow morning, so I don't want this to interfere with that. So for anybody that missed anything, if you want to check out the rest, just stay tuned. It will appear in your subscription feed next week. And yeah, good run, I'd say. Pretty smooth overall. Thanks to everyone that stuck with me through this playthrough. Thanks to Solid Nate for motivating me to play this game again. Thanks to even Akella, who I think gave me a couple tips, because he's a Demon Souls connoisseur. Sort of. Kind of, not really. He just likes the game. Soulsborne is like Castlevania. Yeah, I mean, same here. That's a big draw to it for me. Castlevania is one of my favorite game series ever. And there are definitely some similarities between the two series, Castlevania and the Soulsborne games. That's right, you were here in the first 30 minutes. And the last 30 minutes. Those were the important parts anyway. So if you guys made it to the end, if you're new to these games, hopefully you learned something. For everybody else, hopefully you enjoyed the playthrough. I do have a Dark Souls playlist for anybody curious. Just go to my main channel page if you want to see playthroughs of the other Souls games. Although I'd say the playthroughs get better the newer they are. Like, the newer the playthroughs are, because this is the Souls games have been just a big evolution for me over the last 2.5 to 3 years. It's been a journey. My earlier Souls playthroughs were not that good, but as we revisit the games and continue on with this series, I get better and better at them. So yeah, good smooth run. Pretty happy with that, and that'll probably be the last Souls game I cover on this channel for quite some time. I do plan on doing Sekiro eventually, but I don't. From what I hear, it's not really like a Soulsborne. It's more of a fast-paced action game. So, but we'll see. I definitely want to play that sometime. So, but as far as the actual Dark Souls games go, yeah, we've pretty much done all of them now. Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Bloodborne. They were all done.
Strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. This is the Nexus. It holds together the northern land of Boletaria. Thou canst not exit the Nexus, but each of the 5 archstones will connect them to
Yeah, I own Neo. I haven't played it yet. So yeah, we're basically a New Game Plus right now. And from what I understand, enemies are more difficult. They hit harder. They take longer to kill. There might be new enemies that appear as well, and all sorts of things like that. So, I know Solid Nate had started a New Game Plus playthrough on his channel. I don't know if he actually finished the game or not. If you're out there, Nate, feel free to let me know. Oh, hey, Brian. I didn't see you out there, man. Yeah, glad you enjoyed it, dude. New Game Plus is tough. You haven't finished it yet. Okay. If you guys want some more Demon Souls action, definitely check out Solid Nate's channel on YouTube. I'm sure he'll pick that back up and continue through it. And he's got many, many parts of a first-time playthrough. So feel free to check that out. But yeah, that's pretty much going to do it for me. I don't really know what else to say or what else to do. I am definitely not going to be playing through this game a second time tonight. I've had enough Demon Souls for the last few weeks. This is my third finished playthrough in the last couple of weeks. So, yeah. Alright. Let's go to quit game. Always want to quit out to make sure that my PS3 actually saves the data. I have had corrupted data on Demon Souls before, and that's actually one thing that soured my first experience with this game, is that I played for about 2 hours and the game did not save my data, or at least it did save the data, but when I tried to reload it, it said the data was corrupt and I had to start a brand new game. Very frustrating, to say the least. And there we go. So, yeah, Demon Souls. Thanks again, guys, for hanging out. I appreciate it. So, it goes up the new game plus 6 or 7. Yeah, that's just like the other Souls games. It's very typical. So, but alrighty, folks, that's going to do it for me. I'm going to get out of here, and I'm trying to debate if I'm going to go out and get some food. And I might have to. I've got to fill up my tank. I got to fill up my gas tank before I go into work tomorrow, because I don't want to drive to work and run out of gas. So my empty light came on yesterday, so I need to drive it over to the shopping center and fill it up with gas. Even though it's like 20 degrees outside, I'm not looking forward to doing that. But I might hit up like a fast food place while I'm at it. So, yeah, no problem, Olivia. Thank you for popping in a couple times over the stream. I know you've popped into a bunch of my Dark Souls streams, so I appreciate it. Travel Student, thanks for tuning in. Thanks to everyone else tuning in as well. Kazuya, Office, Solid Nate, Akela, Mario. Some of you guys I'm sure I'll see over on Twitch in a little bit. I'll probably sign on the Twitch when I come back. I might hook up the Switch and do some Mario Maker. And that should be a good time. That should be a good time. See how that controls on a Switch, you know, compared to a, a Wii U. So, hey Matthew, time for Twitch Dark Souls? No, I'm done with Souls for a little while. I've played way too much Dark Souls these last couple of months. Between Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 3. Yeah, I've had enough Dark Souls for a while, to be honest with you. But yeah, stay tuned for the archive later this week. A new Let's Play will be posted tomorrow morning, so watch out for that. It's going to be an NES Let's Play of Darkwing Duck. Yeah, I'm not that kind of is hard to do, Kazuya, when you're trying to stream the game. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't really use my Switch in portable mode. Don't really plan on it. But yeah, we'll see how it controls with the actual controllers. So, Crestline was still out there. Nice, man. See you, Crestline. Take it easy. And yeah, that's going to do it for me, guys. I don't have anything else to say. So, I guess until the next one, stay safe, play games, have a good time, and I don't know, do whatever. All right, take it easy, guys. I'll see you later.